Okay, you guys, I am real sorry about the lighting today. It seems to be really dark in here today. So I don't get why it's so dark in this room. I got the lights on. I got my backup light over there. It's like okay. I mean, what more do I need? You know, the backup light, the light. I don't know, but it's so dark today for some reason. It's a little on the dark side. Sorry, I wanted to make this video a couple days ago, but family things came up and I had to put this video on pause, which is crazy because I'm making this video after Nina comes out with a video explaining to everybody why she's not upset that Fancy was on the Tasha K show. So recently, Tasha K, who has a major wine and drama kind of she's not true crime, she does a lot of things, I guess. She just does gossip or something, I don't know, wine and gossip or something, you know, wine and something. Anyway, she was on Tasha K, and Tasha K has a really big platform. So this is why Nina made the video, because a couple weeks ago, you guys remember that newspaper article that came out 2-3 weeks ago that said that Nina was the streamer that exposed Gypsy Rose for being a narcissist. I was up on Morbid's panel when that was first announced, and I immediately scoffed at it. And everybody's like, what is going on with you, Rose? And I'm like, Nina's the first one to expose Gypsy. I don't think so. And I said it was an insult to people like Fancy. But I didn't have a list of people to go through. I didn't say, oh, well, here's all the streamers it's an insult to. But here's the thing. If you don't have a cool accent, if you don't have a good sense of humor, if you don't have a really strong, confident personality, then nobody listens to a thing you say. I always get booed off the panel because they're like, wow. But then sometimes later on, they repeat what I say when I wish they would credit me, though, when they start repeating what I say, instead of just saying, I heard it somewhere. Yeah, thanks for not crediting me, guys. Because it makes it so you look good saying it, even though I said it. This is just so much drama. But anyways, I watch Straight Outta Context a lot. I pulled up a few videos for you guys to watch. She is one of the streamers that got a little upset. The Tasha K covers celebrities and interviews. They are really good. Multiple interviews with some of the victims. Hey, Lexi. Yeah, they said something about what's her name, Cardi B, I guess, is suing her, like she does famous people, and I guess Cardi B didn't like how that turned out. I should watch. Well, I can't watch a lot of Tasha K. I gotta pay for it. I'm glad I got to see the Fancy interview, but I'm glad I didn't have to pay for it, because I've seen everything Fancy said wasn't new to me. Now, that doesn't mean Fancy shouldn't have said it, because it's going to be new to a lot of other people out there. It's going to be new to a lot of other people out there, which is great. But it wasn't news to me. But to hopefully a lot more people out there, it will lead them to our little circle of true crime people. That's why we got to stick together nice and tight, is because I know everybody's like boosting Becca Scoops heavily. And yes, Becca Scoops did a good, wonderful job. She is great. I've been boosting Becca Scoops literally before everybody else was. Sometimes I wonder if people got it off my page, Anxious Aunt and Becca Scoops. Because I had like 400 people view my video. And then people started talking about Becca Scoops and Anxious Aunt. And I was like, did you guys watch my video and get it off my video and just didn't credit me? Or somehow it hit everybody's algorithm at the same time it hit my algorithm. It could be that way. I could just be like, well, I guess we all came out with the same thing at the same time. But the thing is, so, I mean, this is why I got mad at the article. Because no creator should be put up there. Cardi B sued her and she owes her $1 million. Tasha K has been dealing with that for years and she's working overtime. Oh, wow. So she's actually having to pay. Oh, wow. Yeah, you gotta watch when you talk to famous people. Oh. Because I bet Tasha K makes a good amount of money, but not that good amount of money to pay off a $4 million debt. But I got mad at the article because I don't believe that any streamer should be listed as the breakout streamer. Especially, I showed you guys on one of my videos the timeline of Nina. She was a beauty influencer until Gypsy got out, and then she did Gypsy 4 times a month, all the way up until May, when, was it May? No, March, when Gypsy sent her that letter, backstabbed her, and then it went from 4 times a month to 4 times a day. And so, we're going to listen to what she has to say about... She didn't mention the article. So I don't know if she saw the article and that's why she made this video. Because she didn't mention the article. Because when I saw the article, I was like... There are streamers out there that have been talking about this since Gypsy went to prison. Not one streamer should be boosted above another. Because... there's been a lot of people that's been working for free, not monetized, busting these news out there. And they've been doing it since she went to prison. Like, I found videos from 4 years ago. There's a good one of Fancy talking to Without a Crystal Ball. Because Without a Crystal Ball, really honest to God, believed it was Munchausen by proxy. And then Fancy changed her mind. But now she flipped back. I mean, they flip sides. And it says she's worth $2 million, but she does work very hard. Oh, yeah. But at least she been watching the Gypsy story since it happened. And Nina talks about integrity, but at least she needs to take... Well, she does because... And that's why I tried to show Anxious Aunt. She's not... Anxious Aunt isn't the first person to speak out about Nina. Because Nina is getting just as bad as Gypsy. Because she's putting the lies and drama out there. And right now we're going to watch... her talk about it. And she's going to talk about... she's saying the same thing I've been saying, but she's cooler than me. She's got tattoos and a cooler personality than me, so. Maybe if I had tattoos and, I'm just kidding.
I remember a couple of months ago when Gypsy Rose reached out to me, and you guys were so upset that I spoke with her. And I couldn't understand why y'all were so mad at me. And why the comments were so enraged. But after seeing what has happened, I understand now.
Thank you, Alexis. Yeah, because I just... Nina, when she crossed that line into drama and lies and pushing like this Steve Wood story and everything, That's why I also didn't believe Gypsy's pregnancy till Gypsy announced it, because Nina's saying, oh, look, Gypsy's pregnant. And then all of a sudden this Steve Wood guy shows up out of the blue saying that Gypsy's pregnant and backing up Nina's story that Gypsy's pregnant. And like I said, when Ken was on Natasha Cooper's Live, when he first came to Louisiana and was with Gypsy right after they got their tattoos, and Ken said, we broke up, it was a mutual separation, everybody started saying the girlfriend's name. So he wasn't with Steve Wood. Everybody knew, because all of a sudden Ken's like, what? You guys know her name? It's like, what? How'd you guys dox me already? Nina made a video when Nina was mouthing Fancy, and my comment was, everybody needs to just come together on this. To me. Oh, gosh. Yes, but Nina flip-flops because she just made a video saying, well, I'm glad Fancy's finally getting it out there. Because when Nina and Fancy first broke up over the wig thing that never happened, that Nina imagined it happened, somebody lied to Nina. Like I said, I was on that live. I was up at 2 a.m. watching that live. There was no wig comment or anything. Nobody talked about Nina. Then Nina started putting content out about Gypsy and like the chromosome thing, and pretending like she jumped in the rabbit hole, like she did the discovery. And she pretended like she never knew Fancy, never talked to Fancy, and like Fancy didn't exist to her. She had that funeral in her head, you know. And it's like, Nina, we all know you got it from Fancy. You can't hide it. You know, you can try and gaslight us that you dove down the rabbit hole and got this information yourself. And I don't know how much to believe that people really are emailing her. Like I said, she was looking for an answer, and then all of a sudden that day, magically, a nurse or something, was it, emailed Nina with the answer? And it's like, oh my God, you're so lucky, Nina. You wanted an answer, and magically a nurse or lawyer or whoever it was took a time out of their day to come to you. I don't know how much to believe that crap.
And I get that y'all were trying to look out for me, and you guys didn't want anything like what's happening now to other people to happen to me.
That is absolutely, in every capacity, completely wrong and very narcissistic to say, well, you guys just cared about me and loved me so much that you were just looking out for me and you just wanted... No, what we didn't like was...
kind of mad she flip-flopped. Because I remember watching that the day it came out with Nina and thinking, wow, she just flipped to Gypsy's side. And it's like, okay. And I thought, okay, we lost a creator here. It's like one letter and she's giving... In a way, it was good for Nina to... You should always give people grace and second chances, in a way. Yeah, I seen that. Nina took credit for the whole... Yeah, she's... But now she's back to flip-flopping that, okay, I recognize Fancy. We're all part of the same community, guys. And I'm glad that somebody got it out there. Not, it doesn't matter the creator that got it out there. And that Fancy also got her moment. And I do agree with this part. Fancy needed her moment with somebody like Tasha K, who has that big platform, amazingly huge platform, to finally tell the story of why her and the Blanchards broke up. Flip-flops, and I believed everything she said. Came out, and now watch. It just seems like, well, that's what I'm getting mad at is, well, and Nina even a few weeks ago literally stated, because so she used to be a beauty influencer, straight up beauty influencer, perfume, makeup, blah, blah, blah. That was her deal. I guess it wasn't working out too well, so she grabbed a little bit of true crime, and she started mixing the makeup and the true crime at first, because she was doing her makeup like normal people do, and then she was talking about Gypsy. And then Gypsy wrote her that letter. She gave Gypsy grace, and then Gypsy stabbed her in the back. Well, I mean, she showed it to Bree, and did Bree show it online, I guess, or something? Because it's like, how did Nina find out? But Nina, I guess, felt stabbed in the back, got really upset that Gypsy had showed that conversation to Bree. And then, she stopped doing her makeup. All you see is her wig changes and her lipstick changes, but not on camera. She quit doing her makeup, and she went straight on the gossip train and hit the true crime gossip train hard. That's exactly what I told her about 2 months ago. She left me, and yeah, because she's not, people, when they're doing wrong like this, they're not going to admit it. They're not going to take accountability for what they'll make you take accountability. If they see you do something wrong, they're going to come after you, and they're going to make you take accountability. I hate hypocritic people like this. These people piss me off a ton in my life. The ones that slam you and make you take accountability. But when it's their turn to take accountability, oh no, they just bully you. Because they're not going to take accountability. They're just going to bully you for even mentioning that they should take accountability. And then, yeah, so Nina, around a month ago, I heard her say something about she didn't know she was going to stay in the true crime network or go to celebrity gossip. Because I was telling somebody, I said, well, if Nina goes to celebrity gossip, that's probably a good road for her. But I'm not going to believe a thing she says. Because celebrity gossip, that's what it is. It's just celebrity gossip. It doesn't mean it's true. And if you want to be a celebrity gossip, yeah, you'll probably get a lot of views. Because people like gossip. People like to imagine horrible things happening to people. Nobody wants the truth because the truth is boring. The truth is simple. It is boring. Everybody wants the gossip because the gossip, oh, it's juicy. Bad things happened. And I hate that. I hate the gossip world. But if Nina wants to cross over into the gossip world, that's her business. I'm probably just not, hey, 13th hour. I'm probably just not going to believe her anymore. Because, yeah, that gossip, celebrity gossip world, we know what the tabloids are. Nobody ever believes the tabloids.
The fact that creators like me, I had a 5-year TikTok account where I was exposing her lies way before Lifetime even started paying her for reality shows, before people actually knew who she was. Small creators like me that are in the true crime community have been exposing her lies and contradictions since she started talking on the stand and interviews on Dr. Phil. And I had an entire 5-year account taken from me with all of the content, and I had to start over last fall. Okay, so before she was even released on December 28th of 2023, people like me have been exposing her lies.
I wonder why she lost her big account. That kind of sucks. Because she, I guess, had I like the truth, not the fake tea. Yeah. See, like, that's what I'm getting mad at. Like, I will not participate in, like, the Steve Wood rumors or anything. I won't participate in that. I will not put that on my streams for clickbait just to get. I would rather stay non-monetized with my low count than try and get monetized off of drama. I want people to. I have led a life where I have tried the lying route. And it didn't work. The truth always got exposed. And I learned the hard way in life that the truth will always get exposed. And so, and I always hated my mom calling me a liar. Yes, the Steve Wood is so fake. And believing everything my sister said, because my sister was the real liar. And I couldn't get why my mom never believed me. And so I made it a purpose in my life to try and never tell another lie again, because I hated how my own mother considered me a liar. And my sister was always telling the truth. My mom knew my sister was lying, but I don't know why she was so scared of my sister or whatever that she just outright believed my sister or told my sister she believed her. My mom would straight up call me a liar to my face. And like I said, I think it has to do with that confidence issue. I have no self-esteem, no confidence. Whereas my sister has all the confidence in the world. She has very much a stronger personality than me. I'm very weak in my personality. I let people, burn me and bowl me over and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. And, so I wonder if that's one reason why my mom does what she does to me, because I am that pushover. And then you have my sister, who's not a pushover.
And then all of a sudden, here comes December, January, February, March. People like Nina get on there and start riding that train. Okay, you know how much shit I got for being anti-Gypsy? I'm not anti-Gypsy. I was just exposing the lies and the contradiction and poking holes.
And that's what I say too. I don't hate Gypsy. I don't. I wish I could teach her how to be a proper creator. She's like, I need to go to psychology to learn how to be an advocate. It's like, no, you're only going to psychology to so you can learn how to work people over. Because you think psychology, see, you want to go. This is what pisses me off. What she's basically saying is, I want to take psychology classes so I can use psychology in all the wrong ways. I want to abuse psychology. Okay, you know what? One of the reasons why I almost didn't go to school for psychology, because my mom did that. But then, when I finally decided I wanted to do criminal justice and psychology, and I got really excited and passionate about it, I promised myself I would never use psychology in the wrong way like my mom did. I promised myself. I was like, Rose, you will never use psychology to hurt somebody on purpose. To trick somebody. It's like, I will use it for all the right reasons. I will use it to help people. And right now, like, what I'm using it for is Gypsy's behavior does need to be talked about, because she doesn't realize she is an influencer right now. The second you turn on that camera on your platform, it doesn't matter whether you do 10 questions. It doesn't matter what you do. You have a platform. Whether you call yourself an influencer or not, you're an influencer the second you turn that camera on.
Holes in her narrative to give other people the ability to see the truth, that this person is not honest, that they are not being truthful, that this person is dangerous, they should not be out in society, this person is not telling the truth about what happened. And that is a slap in the face to us, that somebody else that's a beauty influencer comes along and then just all of a sudden starts acting like she's doing our work. Like, you know how much time and hours that we put into doing the video.
And see, this is why on Sir Morbid's panel, when I first heard about that article, I scoffed at it. Because I knew that there was creators out there that, yeah, see how she feels? This beauty influencer, the first crime, true crime content she decides to talk about is Gypsy. Because Gypsy is the hot name at the moment. Because once she came out of prison and people saw that she was starting with 7 million people and then it hiked all the way up to 9 million, everybody knew that Gypsy's name was a hot name. That's why it took me so long to touch it. And I even said in my first video, I can't believe I'm doing this because I'm touching a hot topic. And it is, some days I wonder if I regret ever touching her name because of the fights that are going on between the creators. But this is why. I don't know how much Nina had a hand in that article saying that she was the first one to expose Gypsy. But I would have made a video, if I was Nina and I was in that position, I would have turned around and made a video and said, sorry guys that they labeled me as the first one. I am not the first one. I would have came out and straight up credited Fancy and any other creators I knew about. Like I said, I just found out that she's upset about it. Rightfully so.
Videos that we do, the content, and for it to have Gypsy's team literally take an account from me because they didn't like the fact that I had an FOIA for the text messages and other evidence, including the crime scene photos, and I shared it. I have even gotten a strike on my YouTube channel for this. Now, you're talking years of work, not just since this year when everybody got on this Gypsy Rose for clout and attention train. And that's why people are upset. Because we're not paid our dues for the hard work that we're doing.
Yeah, Nina even stated, Alexis, she did. She even stated, I had no idea who Gypsy was. I had to look her up. And she's like, I had to look her up and see who this girl is. And she did like Gypsy 4 times a month. And she did a couple other stories here and there. She did a good mixture. Like I said, until that letter. And then it's like once you double cross Nina, the obsession starts. I'm surprised she's leaving Anxious Aunt alone. I'm glad she is. Anxious Aunt, I wish I could talk to him also about Kate's interview, because right now they really do think Kate's a survivor. Read her comment. Woman claims to know Gypsy. There's some. And what I don't like right now is, I don't know if I should say this, but everything. I went into Hello Starlight's live a week or so ago. They're trying to gaslight me that in Morbid's live, and Morbid shut off his live comments, so I can't go back to the video. I wish Morbid would turn on his live comments so I could prove this. But I don't lie, and I don't make shit up. So if I say I saw this, I saw this. And I don't know if I should say her name or not, but she adamantly proclaimed that she was the nurse that took Gypsy's blood and that Gypsy was pregnant. She stated it 2 or 3 times and I was like, oh, okay. I stopped talking because she typed a couple times, no, seriously. She's like, I'm the nurse that took the blood. And I'm like, okay. It's like, I'll shut up now. It's like, I'll shut up. And somebody told her, I watched somebody literally say, don't state your crime on the internet. You just broke HIPAA laws and you just proclaimed it on the internet. And then Starlight was saying, no, Rose, you did not see that. And so I just backed out of Starlight's live because I was like, I'm not going to be gaslit and told I didn't see what I saw. Because now she's not claiming it. Now she's claiming she never said that. And it's like, Morbid, turn on your comments. Because somebody said they might have screenshotted it. It's like, give me the screenshot. Because I'm not going to be gaslit and told I didn't see what I saw. And that I'm making this up. Because I don't make shit up. If I read it wrong and somebody finds it and reads it to me and it turns out I read it wrong, I'll admit, okay, maybe I read it wrong. But I know I didn't read it wrong. I know she proclaimed twice at least. It felt like she was being very adamant about, no, it is me. And I was like, okay. It's like, I won't say another word that... Because I think I started saying something in Morbid's chat about, I don't think somebody text. Or maybe I was saying it was Mia or something, or I don't know. I was commenting about who I thought might have texted Nina about the pregnancy. And she was pretty adamant about claiming it. And I was like, okay, I will shut up. If you're going to claim it, it's like, fine, I'm done. I won't talk about it anymore. And now I'm being gaslit. Because they're like, no, Rose, you did not see that. She did not say that. And I'm like, okay, you know what, Starlight? I'm done. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not going to say anything anymore. I'm out of here because I'm not going to be told I didn't see this.
We're not getting the views and the clicks because we're not lying and we're not creating false drama for monetization and for revenue. We're not over here creating fake sources. So
yeah, how many views does she get on her videos? Let me look. She gets at least 1.3K. So that's not bad. Nina's like, I got 30,000 people overnight. And it's like, I think that's what she's like also talking about, is Nina was bragging about the flock of people overnight to her. She got on TMZ and then boom. And it's all over. Steve Wood and everything is all over the newspapers now. And everybody's like, oh, Ken flicked the fishing pole wrong. He's gay. And it's like, you guys, if it's like the internet knows his girlfriends. If you see something important in chat. I know, I need to start screenshotting from now on. Because I didn't know she was going to take that back. I had no idea she was going to retract her statement. I think she retracted it and hoped nobody grabbed the proof of it because she probably almost lost her job over it. I bet it might have got back to her boss. Because there are a few people that live in New Orleans and Cut Off that are watching all of our channels. And some are doing it in secret. And some are emailing the creators and coming out of the woodwork and going, shh. It's me, and this is what I know. Because Nina's got at least some kind of source because she knew about the pregnancy announcement.
We can get a paycheck. We're just genuinely trying to bring an honest truth to people so they can be aware. Because the best thing to combat ignorance, so people like narcissists and sociopaths and manipulators cannot hurt people, is education and awareness.
Yes, all
And
this
that's
is
the
for
whole point.
educational
I'm not even
purposes.
monetized, and I've had my YouTube channel for almost a year now, and my TikTok, my older TikTok, got taken from me. 5 years worth of stuff on there. This is my TikTok account that I'm currently on now. This is my second one because my last 5-year one was
Yeah, see,
I
she's only got 3,000. That's not a lot. I mean, that's a lot, but not a lot, and especially compared to Nina's account.
had it for just shy, literally 4 years and 11 months, just shy of having it for 5 years, was taken. They tried to get me on a community guidelines for violence because of the crime scene photo video that I did 4+ years ago. I have been exposing the lies and contradictions since before December, before she was released. This is my YouTube because yes, I had stage 3 cervical cancer. I was born with a
Yeah, see, she only has 1.2 subscribers. That's really nothing. She's got the same amount of subscribers as me. I'm just barely under her. Like, she might not be monetized. Just because you have 1,000 subscribers doesn't mean you're monetized. I can't meet those watch hours. 3,000 watch hours is a lot. And so she might not be monetized because she's only got 1.2K. So she's like me. We're just telling the truth, and we're small little channels out there that nobody's noticing. Because like I said, if you go back on my videos, go way back to March, look at the date that Gypsy left Ryan, go find my video around that time. I called Christy out right then and there. Nobody else called Christy out till Rod did, till everybody saw that scene where Rod called Christy out. And so nobody sees my small little channel where I've been calling out Christy. I should have called her out before Gypsy left Ryan. But I waited until Gypsy left Ryan, and then I called Christy out for the breakup.
Genetic connective tissue disease called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I have type 1, type 2, I have fibromyalgia and MS.
I need to get, I've been trying to get checked out for EDS. I need to talk to her and see how she did it, because I can't get no doctor to run a genetic test on me.
So I talk about that a lot as well. But go back to the beginning of the 3rd week of May of 2024. I confirmed her pregnancy almost an entire 2 months before Nina ever did.
Yeah, and I sent her video to somebody showing that I was in Morbid's chat, and I said, this girl says she exposed it first, and they asked me for the link, and I put it in Morbid's link. This is the chick I linked that said, no, I exposed the pregnancy first. But nobody saw her channel because she's only got 1,000 subscribers.
And back on New Year's Day of this year, this is what I was told, even though I got so many threats from people that are Gypsy stans. I was the first person to literally bring this up.
Oh, by the way, I am not up with the new lingo. I do not use the word stan, okay? I use the word gypsy lover. And so Rose Pickles, when she was in Morbid's chat the other day and said that I called her a gypsy stan, I was like, bullshit. I don't even use the word stan, by the way. I don't even know the new phrases like stan. I don't know what a gypsy stan means either. So I bet Rose Pickles lied when they said they didn't know what a gypsy stan was. Because if they use that terminology, they know what it is. Because I didn't use that terminology. I don't know what stan means. Well, I found out in Morbid's chat after Pickles said it.
And if you guys would have seen my old account, if I could have gotten that back, I tried. I fought for it. I fought for it for over a year to get that back. They would never give it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about losing my channel because I do have another Talk with Rose channel that has no videos on it. I meant to use that for my, when I built my little I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know. I built my little whatever Talk with Rose thing. I realized I should have used the Talk with Rose one and left this one alone, because I used this one 9 years ago to do psychology, and I wanted people to be able to go look at my videos from 9 years ago. I should have just linked it to people, because I'm so scared to lose this channel, because if I lose this channel, I lose all the work I did 9 years ago. I do. And I don't want to lose that work.
Give it back to me. But if you would have seen all the content and all the video clips and everything I had on there of Gypsy saying one thing and then saying another, saying one thing, saying another, and I had everything. Every interview or magazine interview, any kind of publishing that she did before the unaliving, after the unaliving, during her prison stay, all the way up to her release, and then after. I had all of that. The two different Dr. Phil interviews that she did while she was in prison, as well as everything else. But am I getting the monetization that Nina and other people are? No, they jump on what me and just a few others had been talking about for years.
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about when I scoffed at that newspaper and everybody's like, Rose, chill out. And this is why I scoffed at it. So now I brought out proof to you guys why I scoffed at it, because it does hurt people that have literally been doing this for a very, very long time. I don't know if we want to watch more of her videos. I pulled up a few of them. See, this is the one where she told us that Gypsy was pregnant. I guess she's showing the creators money right here. So she's talking about
that are monetized. So if you think for 1 second that any of their drama that they are going through, that any of that shit even makes any logical sense, especially for a grown-ass woman to be talking, behaving, and acting the way that those three have been, ask yourself, is it really just for content creation?
I find it funny that Gypsy only got just barely under 500,000 people on her YouTube to watch her YouTube. She has like 7, 8, 9 million on her TikTok, but only 500,000 watched her YouTube video.
Because when Adaptive Kate, Gypsy, Rose, and Flawless Nina are making this much money off of their TikTok and their YouTube, this is Gypsy.
Yeah, see, look at that. I mean, that for a creator is actually a good amount of money. It's only $15,000 a year, but that's for just sitting home posting a few videos. And if Gypsy were to come on daily, imagine how much more that would come up. And if she would actually learn how to be a proper influencer. No, she wants to be a beauty influencer. It's really stupid. She cares a lot about her looks. Like that Q&A she did on YouTube, literally it was to try and kick off. She put in a bunch of questions about beauty products, but she mixed it with a few other questions about real life. So it looked like she was answering questions that all her viewers have been asking her. But really, it was her signaling to these beauty companies, I'm Gypsy Rose, and she says she's not famous. She says she doesn't like the F word, but she throws her name out there and says, I like your products, and she expects them to answer her, which is stupid, because she doesn't want to be famous, but she throws her name out there. It's like, Gypsy, if you're not famous, you don't want to be famous, quit throwing your name out there.
Yeah, the ad revenue, the monetization
I mean,
that they're making from
that would
these
be awesome
videos.
if I made that much.
And Flawless Nina.
The estimated per video, $300 per video, and she makes, if that's her TikTok, and she makes 4 to 5 videos a day, like, she is making bank. Can you imagine making $300 a video and you make like 4 videos a day and they're only 10 minutes each or less? Some of them are only 2 minutes. Is this a 2-minute video? Is this a 10-minute video? I don't know. It has 6 million likes though. She's got 6 million people liking it and watching it, and even if only 500,000 or 1 million of those people are gifting her, wow.
Can you kind of see why the drama doesn't make any fucking sense? Why none of it is even logical? Do you know what this all is?
Well, that's $40, but even if you still do 5 videos a day at $40 a video, that's still a decent wage. You're making as much as my husband makes.
This is why I have been putting this out there for people that follow Gypsy Rose, for people that follow Bree, for people that follow...
Wow, 15 million likes. Oh, that's a lot of likes.
Adaptive Kate, for people that follow Flawless Nina. I don't have a single problem with any of those people. Okay, even Gypsy Rose, even with her lies.
I wonder do you guys want me to do a video on Adaptive Kate and pick through that hour-and-a-half video because nobody else is wanting to put that video out there? I'm the only creator that will do it. I guess Morbid made a truce with Kate, so he's not going to do it. Like, I'm the only creator that will do it. I don't know if it will hurt my channel or not to touch Kate. But I've gotten a few people who have thanked me for being the only creator that will mention that interview. She makes a short TikTok video, then puts it on YouTube. Yeah, she's making it one video, multiple TikTok, YouTube, multiple streaming. And so she's making double the money because she's making the money on YouTube. She's making the money on TikTok. And so, yeah, this is just a mild estimate of their pay. Because this is TikTok pay. This isn't YouTube pay. I would love a good video on Kate. Okay. We can do it. Because I tried to bring it to Morbid, who's a bigger creator. I don't think Fancy's going to touch it. I don't think I can get any other creator to touch it. So I'm going to have to be the creator that does it. Because nobody else wants to pick through that interview. But I hear the whole interview is good. So maybe tomorrow we'll pick through it. You say tomorrow? What's a good time for you guys for us to pick through it? Is it like around this time? Earlier? Later? We can pick through it, I guess, tomorrow. I am going to still do Gypsy content here and there, but there's something else closer to my heart I do want to move on to. And I got to move on to it before next Friday. I don't know if it'll make a difference, but I'm going to try, and I hope you guys will stick with me on the new content too. He made a truce with her. I haven't watched much of this stuff lately. Well, I've been lurking for the last 3 lives. I don't talk and I don't go up on panel. I don't chat in the chat and I don't go up on channel. I literally am just lurking in the background. I'm there, but I'm not talking and I'm not going up on panel. Even though I'm screaming about what they're talking about and I just want to go up on panel and smack a few people. But he did make a truce with Kate because Kate is going after anybody who's spreading gossip, lies, and hate. Because I thought that it would look good. See, I don't agree with Kate's story or Gypsy's story. Even though we disagree on their stories, what we do agree on is creators doing bullying, hate, threats. Like Sir Morbid was out there threatening. Okay, I don't know if it was a joke or he was serious, but he repeated it literally 50 times. Not literally, but I mean, I feel like it. Kate, you have 24 to 48 hours to come apologize to me or I'm coming after you. And I thought that was disgusting. I messaged Kate about, do you want to come together and make a video about bullying is crossing the line as a creator? And Kate told me, don't worry. She said, Rose, hold off a week. Things are in the works. Okay, because I said, even though we disagree on content, what we do agree on is, and I thought it would look good if two people who can disagree, but could also come together to at least stand up for the bullying and the hate that's going on, the rumors that's going on. But no, nobody wants to collab with me. I'm bad at getting collabs. Nobody wants to collab with me. I'm trying to collab with the cutting board. There's a few things. I can't find her channel again though, because I tried to type in the cutting board. You know what I love about, I was watching some, let me look at my history real quick. I was watching, what was it? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one is so funny. I mean, you hear it said a million
was
times.
Actually consensual on both ends.
You mentioned that how the murder was to take place, that was all up to...
Like the sight of blood. Frankly, I'm
Okay,
too...
listen to this.
Why didn't you kill your mother?
I didn't believe I could do it.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
I don't like blood. I don't like the sight of blood. Frankly, I'm too squeamish. So...
What do you think of Gypsy's answer there? Because the prosecutor asked her, why didn't you do it? And she goes, I didn't believe I could do it. Well, why didn't you believe you could do it? Well, I don't like the sight of blood and I'm squeamish. So does that mean, Gypsy, you are a vicious little killer? That you did abuse your mom? That you are a vicious little thing? But when it comes to drawing blood, that's where you draw the line? Because the second you draw your mom's blood, it's going to make you sick. So you got Nick to do it. Because you're like, Nick, I'm going to throw up if I see that red stuff. So it's like, you go do it. Like, why didn't she say, I know that unaliving is wrong. And I'm sorry I asked Nick to do it because it is wrong. She didn't say, because it is wrong and I did ask somebody to do something that I knew was wrong, but I pushed somebody. But then that would be her telling everybody she manipulated Nick. So she couldn't say that, because it's like, did she not say that because, or did she not say it because it's not true and she really is a little vicious little killer? Because you got to remember, the mom might have been afraid of her. It's hard to find her channel after you put the cutting. Yeah, after you put the cutting board in, you get food channels. I believe that wasn't a lie too. Like, this is why Nick got... So now the prosecution is asking her questions. She agrees with the prosecution on everything. This pisses me off. This is why Nick, because listen to her answers.
Gypsy wasn't even in the room. This idea that
Murder was to take place, that was all up to the defendant, correct?
That is correct.
And it was the defendant.
She does not once tell the prosecution no. It was all my idea. She agrees with the prosecution the whole time. Okay.
That told you.
Okay. The cutting board, Gypsy Rose. Because I messaged her the other day. Well, I don't know how to message creators. I really don't. So I commented on her channel. Yeah, because I guess she does a multitude of things, not just crime. She does a multitude of things. Okay, where's the video? Oh, I think it's this one. I wonder if she answered me.
Hello everyone, I'm Dawn. Welcome to my channel. Thank you so much for visiting with me today. In this video, we're going to discuss Kevin Franke and what
I want to speak on this Kevin Franke case for a couple reasons. A, I live in Utah. So she's talking about the corrupt Utah system. Bring me on. Bring me aboard. Contact me. Message me. Okay? Message me. But she didn't. She just hearted it. Because I'm in Utah. Message me. Bring me on. Let's collab. I will give you the perspective from somebody who has been put through this Utah system a lot. But, okay, so, Toddy Oneskip has been talking about the Corey Michelow case lately. And the father is being sentenced on August 2nd, which is next Friday. And Corey Michelow, it sounds like he was found guilty on manslaughter. So not first degree or anything. So he's not going to go away for life. Not going to get the death penalty because it's manslaughter. But Toddy Oneskip has been making a big deal. And so the Kevin Franke case, the Corey Michelow case, and there's a ton of other cases that literally tie into each other. Why? They have one thing in common, the CPS system. And so I will still do Gypsy stuff with you guys, I am. But I want to cut into this new content because everybody in America, what's more important literally than Gypsy and her attitude is we have to get rid of our CPS system. We can't just pass new laws because here in Utah, Governor Herbert passed new laws 9 years ago. DCFS ignores them. You can't just pass a new law. People don't understand. We can't just go to change.org and make a petition to make new laws. They need to just be completely 100% removed. And I know that'll freak people out because they're like, well, what about the children that really are being abused? Well, Corey Michelow proves that CPS does not do anything. It was called DCPP or something over there. They go by 10 different names, depending upon the state you live in. But everybody mostly knows them as CPS, so I try and use CPS. Because in Utah, it's DCFS, Department of Child and Family Services. Not Child Protective Services, but everybody knows it mostly as CPS. They just need to be taken down. Because if we let them stand any longer, more good children are going to die that they ignore, and more good families are going to continue to be ripped apart. I just got to catch up with the Micah Miller case. Yeah, I've been looking at that too lately, but I would love to deep dive. because I want to deep dive into all of these CPS cases. I can't talk about my case right now. I would love to tell you guys every little inch that's going on with me right now. But I have an open case. And if I say something and somebody clips it and figures out where I live and gets it to the judge, I could get in a lot of trouble. So I can't talk about my own open case right now. But I have a perspective coming from one of the people that CPS is abusing. They're ignoring the Utah laws. Because according to Utah law, they had no right to take my kids. But they ignored them, and so is the judge. Everybody's ignoring Utah law. Utah law doesn't matter. Once you hit the courtroom, the judge doesn't care why you're in the courtroom. Court will play out like normal. It's a game. Court is nothing but a game. Once somebody files charges against you and you hit that courtroom, there is no such thing as just throw this case out because they broke the law. If CPS lies, has to lie to take the kids out of the home, the case should auto be closed. Because let me show you this video. This is how all judges should act. This is how all judges, but somebody had to take theirs to an appeal, okay? And don't look at the messages. I gotta, this is my messages to my husband.
It's a court proceeding with a it's a whole strange thing. It's not a.
This is the lawyer for CPS. This CPS case, the CPS lied to take the kids out of the home. They now had to take it to appeals because the judge of the original case sided with CPS, which they do 99% of the time. The judges usually do not go against CPS. Judges treat CPS almost like their word is God. If CPS says it, it must be true. Even though it's not. Tread carefully, Rose. Don't accidentally say. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about my own case. And I do have to tread carefully about talking about other people's cases because if they catch wind that I believe that CPS is corrupt and should be shut down, they might come after me. But look what this appeals court says. This is how every judge should react.
Person's real child.
Okay, hold on, let me
Court
rewind it for a
person
second.
in your client's shoes couldn't understand you can't commit perjury in a court proceeding in order to take somebody's children away?
Of course not, Your Honor.
Of course not.
Then isn't the case over then?
And the case is over.
Because
exactly, this is what every judge should be saying. Did CPS commit perjury to take these children? Case closed. Why is these cases, why are these good families losing their children? Why aren't judges saying this? All three of these judges are smart. I wish my judge would think like these guys. Because all three judges are going, DCFS committed perjury. Case closed. Give the child back. There should be no case open if you are told, which my judge was told by my lawyer, that CPS lied. And the lies were very easy to prove. Too easy to prove that they lied. They lied to take my children. And it's been almost a year and they won't give them back. Case should be closed. So CPS deserves to just be shut down because tread. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, tread. I don't even know if I even read it wrong. Thread, I guess you said thread. Yeah, tread carefully. Seriously, I mean, these judges are smart. Listen literally to what the two judges say.
Statutes.
Are you telling me that a person in your client's shoes couldn't understand you can't commit perjury in a court proceeding in order to take somebody's children away?
Of course not, Your Honor.
Of course not.
Then isn't the case over then?
And the case is over.
Because
Two judges right there. Case closed. Perjury. You can't do perjury. Case closed. So I do want to touch down on the Corey Micolo case and everything, because that is up and coming. It is close to my heart. This is something that America has been treading for years. And nobody, changing laws doesn't work. Changing laws, because Governor Herbert here in Utah changed the laws 9 years ago so that CPS couldn't medically use a medical reason to take your children away. Well, that's how they took my children. They lied to the doctors, and the doctors diagnosed my children wrong because they lied to the doctors to get the diagnosis they wanted, because they had no reason to take my children unless they got a doctor to lie. They lied to the doctors, and therefore they got what they wanted. And it's like Gypsy Rose all over again. It's kind of like that. It's like CPS has Munchausen by proxy. Okay, because my kids went to the hospital and they got tested, and the tests proved that the doctor lied. The test results did not back up the doctor's findings. So therefore, you can't go to court and tell the judge something that our kids were diagnosed with something that the test results disproved. The test results disproved. So they went and perjured themselves in court. Because they told the judge, now in court, they had to change their wording because further test results are still showing that they're wrong. And so they can't claim that diagnostics anymore. But they're trying really, really hard to make the situation still look dire so that the judge won't send the kids home. Because if they still word it in a dire way, the judge won't let the kids come home. Case should be closed, though. They perjured themselves. Case closed. The second DCFS perjured themselves to the doctors. Case closed. And Governor Herbert put in a law that says if CPS takes your children to the doctor and they get a certain diagnostics, the parents are allowed to take their children and get a second opinion. And me and my husband were denied that second opinion that we are legally allowed to have. And so they broke the law. They break the law all the time and they don't care. And the judge allows them to entertain this. My kids have never been depressed one day in their life. We have happy children. Until now. Now my kids know what depression is. Now my kids cry all the time. The reason I couldn't stream all this is because my kids, for the first time in 11 months, got to come home. They got to finally step in their home after 11 months of being gone. And they were so excited because we made so many changes while they were gone that they just And my husband said that the behavior of the children, they were more loving to him here than they have ever been in the last 11 months. The last 11 months, they have been a little bit standoffish. And they have been depressed. And yesterday when they came home, after they spent the first 10 minutes literally scouring every inch of the home because they haven't seen it, they immediately jumped in my bed, jumped under the covers, and were comfortable. They were ready to watch a movie, and they just jumped into regular life like the last 11 months didn't happen. And it was beautiful to walk in my bedroom and see my son so comfortable sitting there going, "Okay, Mom, where's the movie?" Like nothing ever happened. And so the Corey Micolo case proves that CPS there is a story, I want to bring a personal story from my city too, where CPS failed. They did. And so I got a few stories to tell. Maybe we'll do the Kate thing tomorrow, and then I'll do the Corey Micolo the day after. Maybe I'll do Corey Micolo Monday, because you guys want to go over that Kate video. We'll scour that Kate interview, and for entertainment purposes only, we will kind of decide how we would do as parents in that situation. We're not going to judge whether she has Munchausen by proxy or not. We're just going to judge as parents, how would we handle that situation from the information we are given in that interview. We are just giving our perspective. I'm going to give my perspective as a mom, how I would have handled that situation. But see, these judges in California, I'm surprised that this is 4 years ago. Because, that's still around the time that everybody started turning corrupt, in a way. Because I couldn't believe when I first saw this video, all three judges looked at this AG and said, "Your client perjured themselves. What are you doing? Case closed, guys." Okay, so is there any Gypsy videos you guys want to talk about while I'm here and open? And let's see, what are these ones? And the story is you. See, this is where she talks about she's getting upset at people only doing Gypsy for the content. This is where the rumors and lies are being spread, because it is for clout, it is for content, and it is solely just to become popular and money, and it's not about the truth. And it's the, because like when everybody started spreading the Steve Wood rumors, I went on my stream and said, we're not going to talk about that. Let's go back to the case. We're going to go back to the case, and we're going to talk about the case again, you guys. We're going to go dig through the case, and I don't even want to touch down to these rumors. They're sick. They're disgusting. We're grown up. We're you guys, this is 2024. It's like, we're in 2024, you guys. Grow up. It's about time to grow up.
For those of you who do not know, this is Kate. She goes by the handle Adaptive Kate. Her and her sister.
We can also, if you guys want, go over the Micah Miller case. That is an interesting case. Because I got two thoughts about the Micah Miller thing. Because before she went pew pew, she called 911. And I'm trying to put myself in the mindset that if you are so deep down that hole of despair that you are ready to unalive yourself and you called 911, how would your voice sound? Would it sound robotic? The whole Kate thing eludes me. I really don't know the details. I don't think I have the thing saved on Kate anymore. Yeah. I had some videos. I had some past. Morbid did an interview with her, and somebody else did an interview with her, but I don't know if they're in my history anymore. Okay. Let's go to history. Because I had some tabs up that were interviews with Kate. I just pulled them up a couple days ago. I was seeing if I could see them on here, because I had some interviews pulled up, but I closed down that tab because I had some interviews on Kate pulled up. That were there's a I guess we could just Google it. I mean, I could just straight up Google it again, because if you Google Kate Marie adaptive Kate interview, there's a couple different interviews she's done. Well, there's this. Okay, we got an exclusive interview right here with let's see what she says to Morbid.
Like, what do you think about your mom? How was she able to convince these doctors, like professionals, to do such a
not getting
like drastic sort of procedure that really is life altering? How did your mom do this?
I have mixed feelings, and I'm not allowed to really talk about some of it because of who it is that did my amputation. But I will say I had wished they investigated for fraud. I really wish that fraud had been investigated, and it wasn't. I still wish it is something that would be done.
See, this is very evasive. Like, she's just saying, I wish they would investigate for fraud. She's not even talking about, she's not giving the details of the story. Where's the details of the story? Morbid's asking you, what did your mom basically say to get this done? And she's not answering that question. She's just saying, well, I can't say the doctor's name, and he didn't investigate for fraud.
But it's not something anybody wants to do because of who amputated. My mom was very manipulative, but I've since talked to the doctor, and he basically admitted, he's like, well, I can see now it's Munchausen syndrome by proxy, but he then put the blame on me and said if I had told him I didn't want my kid, he wouldn't have done it. That's what he said.
Well, and how did you talk the doctor into that? Because I saw pictures. She had a reoccurring festering wound on her heel. She wasn't letting it heal. Like I said, in the last interview we watched, when she said, I even went diving off a cliff into a lake with my friends, and she's got an open wound on her foot, and she's going into a lake. Like, I'm thinking, yeah, you're being very careless, because that's an infection waiting to happen. right there. You step on a rock in the lake, bust that sore open, infection. Because lakes are full of nasty bacteria. Yeah, she's deflecting and she's saying, well, I did talk to the doctor though, but maybe she went back to the doctor and she manipulated him into thinking it really wasn't that bad. But really, she had 5-foot surgeries prior. So basically what you're telling me, Kate, is the 5-foot surgeries and skin grafts prior to the amputation were 5 unnecessary surgeries then. Because if the leg amputation was unnecessary and the leg was healthy, then why was there 5 prior surgeries? Were those unnecessary too? She doesn't talk about the 5 prior surgeries. Let's see if she talks about it. But does Morbid even know to ask about the 5 prior surgeries? She only talks about the leg amputation mostly. She doesn't talk about the leg brace, the surgeries, all of that.
So, do you have confidence in the attorney that you spoke to that told you there's no recourse?
Yeah, because I've talked to several since, and there's nothing anybody can do now.
Oh, well, why won't an attorney take this? Obviously, an attorney sees something, because an attorney, it won't take a case unless they see a slam dunk.
So
I had it until I was 19 years old.
when were you able to? Okay, wait, man, this is so did your mom ever work, like, or did she just live off the disability that she was collecting off of you and your sister herself?
Who he was, like I said, he was gone all the time with a truck driver, and my sister's Social Security checks and whatever money she got from like churches and stuff.
Okay, so she wasn't working when you were young.
No, she never worked. She's still never worked a day in her life. The most she ever worked was 2 weeks at a video store, and that's the only.
Well, there are moms that are stay-at-home moms, so I'm not going to discount her mom for not working, okay? Because I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I'm not going to discount that.
Time she's ever worked. She'd been with my dad since she was 17, going on 18. She had me when she was 18, and she just never worked in her life. She didn't even get her license until she was in her mid-30s.
When did your folks separate or divorce?
I know a guy who didn't get his license till he was in his mid-30s also, so some people don't get their license at 16. I did. I got my license a month after I turned 16. Some people don't.
I was 17. Right after my
grandparents around? Did you have grandparents in your life?
Not really. We weren't like, I have my dad's side of the family, but they were in Florida. So everybody really, since when we moved away from family, they were in the dark because we were in South Carolina. The only thing that was evident was when my sister was given 6 months to live. That's when extended family, my mom's brother and his wife, felt something was very wrong, and they ended up getting custody of my older sister. Now, she was 19 at the time, and basically they made it seem like my sister was going to come down and spend time with them in her final months.
Yeah, well, like I said, she was talking about the surgeries, the skin grafts, and then she goes on to say, but I could still walk on it. And so she knew she had a sore on her foot. She knew she was getting surgery for it. Yet she was still walking on it. She was still jumping in lakes. Like I said, it bothers me that she is talking about, I would go out with my friends and be just fine. And so because she felt just fine walking, in her mind, I'm thinking, this is just my thoughts. I'm not saying what she really was thinking, but as thinking like a child, a teenager, in her mind, if she could walk on it with little to no pain and hang out with her friends and jump in lakes, that there was no need for these doctors and surgeries that she was fine.
And then they went and got an attorney and had Florida deem that my sister was mentally capable of deciding where she wanted to live. And then they served my mom with those papers and took my sister. They didn't know it was happening to me because at the time
I was fight it. Did she try and fight it?
No, she just gave it. Yeah.
So your dad was there until you're 17, or they divorced at 17, but they were separated prior to that for a long time?
No, I don't know when their divorce became final per se. I think it was either 17 or 18 when it became final, but my mom walked out when I was 17 years old, and they started a separation divorce process.
When did your dad, when did you notice him not being like there? At what age?
Well,
at home with you guys?
Really when we had to move to South Carolina.
So were you really young, like a toddler or something?
I was 11, 12 when I moved to South Carolina. It was in 2000.
He was gone for like good 6 years or so, about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But this was happening even when your dad was present at the home.
Except how serious. Yeah, and says that's what I'm thinking is because she's just thinking, okay, well, I can still do all, because she literally stated that I could still walk though. So in her mind, if she could still walk, she's fine. It's like somebody who is sick and they get up and they go to work anyways, and they're like, no, I'm fine, I can do this. And they just take a little cough medicine and go to work, and then they get everybody sick. But they can do it. They feel fine, right? They're up, they're walking. So they go to work. And then everybody pays the price because everybody gets sick because they thought they were fine. And I mean, people do this all the time. They defy things because of the way they feel. Well, you're telling me this, but I feel this way.
So it did start, down in Florida, but it wasn't that drastic in Florida. Like, I mean, I wore leg braces and stuff, but it was so.
It's like with my bipolar. I don't like to be called bipolar. And people are like, Rose, you're talking too much and you're talking excitedly. You're manic right now. Or people are like, oh, good, Rose. I like that you're calm today. Your mania's down. And it's like, and people are like, oh, Rose is mad again. It's her bipolar acting up. And it's like, I feel like things are situational. I don't know if they're telling the truth, or I feel like things are situational. It's like, well, you upset me. It's not like I got upset over nothing. You said something, you did something, you upset me, therefore I'm upset. I'm excited to talk about this, so yeah, I'm going to talk and blah, blah, blah. All excited because I'm going to pump out this information. So why are you calling me manic? Because I'm excited, Actually die because they feel well enough to avoid doing. Yeah, everybody's like, well, like I told you guys, my dad drilled a hole in his leg. And right before the 4th of July, my dad was drilling in the garage and he had something sitting on his leg and he went right through his leg. And he's like, I feel fine. I don't need to go to the doctor. So he didn't go to the doctor. And it was time to go to, we annually went to the lake. We always went to Willard Bay every 4th of July without fail. Got camping spot number 10 if we could. Every year. We would go get camping spot number 10 or 11 or something like that at Willard Bay every year. Well, my mom was like, well, we can't go to Willard Bay this year. Your dad's got a hole in his leg. But my dad was like, no, I feel fine. Let's go. Luckily, he was fine because when he had to jump out the boat, the water came up on his leg just barely below the hole. And my mom's like, if you get that lake water in that hole, you're going to get a bad infection and you're going to lose your leg or you're going to die. You're going to get sick. And so my dad had to like hop in the lake and make sure the lake water didn't get in the hole. Because he didn't even bandage it up. He should have at least bandaged it up. But luckily my dad was fine, because my dad did that. He's like, well, I feel fine. Let's do our annual lake trip. And it's like, Dad, go to the doctor first and like get it wrapped up or something. My dad hated going to the doctor, so did my brother, because my brother did the same thing as my dad. He was drilling with a saw, had it right on top of his leg and went zit, right down into his leg. Him and my dad like to put stuff in their lap and just be like, nyeh. And then if it accidentally slips and goes through, it's their leg. Well, the reason why my brother got his leg sawed, because my mom was in the garage yelling at my dad one day, and she picked up the skill saw and threw it at my dad, and it hit the wall and it broke the safety. And so my brother used it anyways with a broken safety and sawed his leg, because my mom had to get mad and angry and throw stuff.
Subtle, and he was never at the appointment. So when we lived in Florida, my dad did professional flooring. He had a really good job doing flooring, and my mom made it seem like that we lost insurance and couldn't afford our medical bills, and that's why we had to move to South Carolina. It turns out she lied to him. We never lost Medicaid. She was being investigated by Child Services. Like, when it came up, we moved within weeks to South Carolina, and she just lied to my dad about the reason we were moving. Because of her being investigated.
Do you have a relationship with her now?
But Kate is 11, 12 years old at this time. She got her leg amputated at 16. She didn't start going to the doctors for the leg till 15. So her leg didn't start having problems for 3 more years. I wonder what they were being investigated about. Wonder if it was just a typical investigation. Nobody likes DCFS in their life. Just because, and I was talking to the DCFS officer the other day on the porch, and I told her, I said, why? I said, you guys coerced me. You guys were mean to me. You guys were demanding. You guys lied to me. And she goes, Rose, we have to, because people don't like when we knock on the door. People ignore us. So we have to get mean. We have to get demanding, because people don't talk to us. And so just because you're being investigated doesn't mean it's something bad. CPS, if you tell them, no, we're fine, you don't need to be here, they might demand to be there anyways if that's so what they want to do. Because DCFS is untrained, regular people. The guy who took our kids away, he's only been a DCFS officer for 3 to 4 years. You know what he was prior to a DCFS officer? We Googled him, by the way. We doxed him. Just kidding. No, we didn't like dox him online, but we looked him up for 13 years. You know what he did for 13 years prior? He was a, I don't know if a lawyer's the right word, or he was a life insurance guy. He did life insurance contracts. He told people, you need life insurance, you're going to die. No, wills. No, not life insurance, he did wills. He did living wills. And he sat there and told people what to put in their living will. How he helped them divide things up between family members. And so that's what he did for 13 years. He did living wills. And then he hopped into DCFS. So he went from telling people how to arrange their end of life situation to taking your kids away. So a regular guy who just had a job making living wills, a counselor, he was a counselor, that's what he was. He was a counselor, not a lawyer. He was a counselor for living wills. So he made living wills for 13 years, and then he jumped into being a CPS officer that takes your children away. So yeah, you can see why he's rude and coercive and mean, because he's used to telling people how to divvy up their possessions and what to write in their living wills. And now he's telling people how to live and what to do with their children, and if you don't obey him, he's going to take them. Because that's what he did with me. He told me, either you obey me, Rose, or I can have your children in foster care in 1 hour, is what he told me. He said, cooperate, or your kids are gone. I cooperated, and he still took my kids.
I don't. I haven't had a relationship with my mom.
It was evil. He lied to me. He totally lied to me for 5 days straight. He lied to me about taking my kids away. He told me my kids will be back in 2 weeks. That my son was only going to take them for 2 weeks. He lied to me for 5 days about that. And then he surprised me in court with court documents. And I had 2 days to prepare for court. He served me on a Tuesday, and court was on Thursday. So from Friday, from all the way from Friday to Monday, he lied to me, telling me that everything was fine. My kids will be back in 2 weeks. They just need me to do certain things during that 2-week period while the kids are gone, and then the kids will be back as soon as I get done what I need to get done. And next thing I know, I'm in court with him. He lied. I was surprised with, they're like, nope, you're never getting your kids back, by the way. We lied to you about getting your kids back in 2 weeks.
In over 8 years.
8 years. Okay.
Yeah.
When did you move out? How'd you escape this?
My mom left on her own when I was 17.
Your mom left you?
Yeah. With me and my siblings. I had to help raise my siblings. So she just walked out. So my mom couldn't do anything anymore. My mom tried to sabotage my amputation. I actually have a document about this. She actually got my amputation infected, tried to get them to amputate above the knee, and they had to heal my amputation with a wound vac. After they caught on, and they documented it, that it was unclear if family was sabotaging the wound, and that they had to admit me to inpatient wound care. And they admitted me for almost a month.
Okay, how though? Okay, how was your mom doing it? Okay, you said your mom sabotaged your wound. How? I want to know details. You're still vague, Kate. Maybe you better change the, yeah, since your case still. Yeah, I know I need to not talk about my case because, I mean, they're just liars like that. And I mean, this is nothing right now that the judge doesn't know, but things are still going on. It's stupid. So this is what's the problem is. Kate says she's got a document. Kate says she's got proof. Kate says her mom sabotaged her. Okay, where's the receipts and where's the story? Because she's vague still. Because this is what is hard is she's still vague on the story. Like, would you be vague if this was you and you were trying to prove that your healthy leg got amputated? Would you be vague? Or you agreed to this interview, so you know people are very curious about exactly what happened, not vaguely what happened, exactly what happened. I would give all the details in the world and all the proof in the world.
Into inpatient, and they did the healing, and once they separated me from my mom, my amputation healed. And they had to heal
here in Florida, for anybody that, well, Morbid, you probably would know this.
No.
That typically, I know somebody who just went through this. Typically, that's a nice way of saying nursing home. I'm sure you were probably the youngest one there.
No, I didn't go to a nurse home because I was at a children's hospital.
Okay.
So yeah, I was just admitted into the children's hospital, but they have their
lucky
rehab.
Because if her mom literally was infecting her leg and it did get better after she left, then that is Munchausen by proxy. But I want to know the details, because I will consider this being Munchausen by proxy if you tell me what your mom was doing to your leg. I mean, what was she doing? Was she injecting stuff in your leg? How was she making your infection worse? Like, what was she doing?
I know. They have a rehab facility there.
So at 17, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I was admitted there, and so they got it healed. And then when I did go home for the final stages of it, they made it very clear for my mom not to touch me. They sent a nurse out to the house. And I don't know. I know the doctor was extremely rude about it and was like, don't you dare touch it. Don't you dare unwrap it. Like, leave it alone.
I mean, what did the mom... Well, I know she said the mom picked at the dry scab and was thinking she was trying to clean it out. Like, she thought she was doing what was right. But, or was she opening the wound and putting bacteria in there or something? I mean, was she injecting... Some people talk about injecting poop in their leg, I guess. I don't know. Was she injecting poop in your leg? Was she literally, like, wiping poop in your wound? What was she doing? Because obviously there was a wound there enough that the doctor still did surgery and sent her home with a drain and everything. Because it was draining something. It was draining some kind of infection, okay? It was draining something.
I will have a nurse come out to the house. They will touch it. You do not touch it.
That's scary. You're talking about America, right? This happened in America? It's very scary.
And in it, the nurse came out, did the changes of the wound vac, and it finished in its final stages, and I finally got my prosthetic. It was not long after I started walking that my mom left on her own. There was nothing else she could do. So she left. She was already cheating on my dad, and she walked out.
And I'm guessing this is in the, like, almost, like, early 2000s, mid 2000s. We're not talking about, like, 1970 or, you know, some... You know.
Okay, after Kate lost her leg and got her prosthetics, how did she treat her mother? I want to know. Because a mom just doesn't up and abandon children. But if she's already cheating on your father and you're blaming your mom for the loss of your leg and telling her what a bad mom she is, did that influence her to leave? What happened? You know, what was your and your mom's relationship like when she abandoned you?
You know, way off time.
It was 2000.
2008, you said?
10.
Okay.
What?
Jesus.
Wow.
Are you kidding?
She's smiling too big. I don't like this smile. Like, she's telling a story and it's vague and she's just smiling through it, which is bugging me because I'm trying to feel emotion for Kate having her leg amputated, but she's smiling at me. So I don't know how to feel. I mean, I feel like she's smiling at me like, ha, I'm slamming my mom and I'm making her the villain. It's working. It's almost like she's getting ready to do Duper's Delight. This is like Duper's Smile, you know? This isn't full Duper's Delight, but it feels like Duper's Smile. I wonder if there's a such thing as Duper's Smile. Because this is what it feels like to me because I'm trying to feel for Kate. However, like I said, that smile is killing me.
Me?
Yeah, that's...
Things were so pictured back then, so...
So, at 17, your mom leaves, right? And is your sister at home with you? Or at that time, were you guys still living together, or did your sister leave?
my older sister had already been gone years at this point. So my
Okay.
older sister left at 19, so I was 15 when she was out of the house.
And when you say she left, what is she, just one morning you woke up, she was gone?
Yeah, basically. My mom met this woman. She decided she was going for the other team, and she left within 24 hours.
Like
and
a
she'd only know.
relationship or something with another lady or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. She was already cheating on my dad with men and women before that, and there was some problems already, but they were staying together for basically us kids, even though we all knew she was cheating and that whole situation. But they were staying together for us, and then my mom decided she wanted to be with this woman. She did not even know her for, it was like 1 or 2 days. She had just met this woman and she left.
You know what? I was actually going to ask you, do you think she could have had more children to do this to? But
no.
Sounds like no.
Well, Kate did mention she had to take care of her younger siblings, right? You said that.
Yeah, I had.
Were they step siblings or were they?
But I mean, once she left, because it sounds like she needed somebody to victimize. That's her thing. So
she turned it on herself after she left. She never. So she tried to turn it on my little sister, but she didn't. It didn't go well. She tried to have my little sister put in leg braces for ankle issues, but she didn't push it any further. She did, however, after my mom was gone for a while, my little sister did start staying with her. She started living with her part of the time and living with my dad part of the time because she was younger. It was different for her. But when she was at my mom started physically abusing her.
Yeah. So you said younger sister. So how many younger siblings do you have?
There's 5 of us total.
So then you have 3. If I do the math, 3 younger, and they come from the same your father.
Yeah.
Okay. And so were they kind of exploited somehow, the younger ones, or just you and your sister mainly?
So weirdly, it was just us girls. So she didn't do it to my brothers. It was just she tried to my little sister, but she didn't. She didn't go further. After they went to put my sister in the leg braces, she didn't push it any further. I don't know if she was worried about getting caught. Me and my little sister were talking about this recently. We don't know why, but she did become physically abusive towards my little sister. And then she did, with the woman she got with, I did end up with a stepsister, and she was extremely physically abusive to her as well.
Was she ever physically abusive to you and your older sister, your mom?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you got the physical abuse and the emotional abuse from the Munchausen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking about my older sister. So she was very physically abusive towards me, and she was my older sister. She was honestly, she was a lot evil. To lock my room with padlocks. She had these padlocks on the outside of my sister's door. She used to lock her.
Huh? Yeah. To keep her in there for what reason? Do you know?
That her feeding tube smelled, and she didn't like her smell.
Feeding tube?
Oh my god, she sounds like a sadist. I mean,
my sister had a feeding tube and an IV port, and my mom would let her feeding tube get super infected, and she had a very strong odor. So my mom used to lock her up in the room.
Are you close with your sister now?
All lucky you're alive.
I talk to my older sister. I'm not super close. I'm closer to my younger siblings, but we do talk. She is actually.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying when Nina's newspaper article came out, that she's the one who, she's the streamer that brought out that Gypsy was narcissist. I was like, no. You guys can't deny, you can't hate Fancy and therefore deny her. And same with that small streamer we talked about earlier. Her, straight out of context, just because she's a small streamer, you can't take it away from her that they were the first ones to say Gypsy's a liar. That Gypsy, maybe they said narcissist. I haven't seen their earlier videos. But I scoffed when I saw that newspaper article about Nina. And everybody on Morbid's live, because I was on panel, everybody's like, Rose, what are you talking about? It's like, Nina's not the one who busted that. You can't give that to one streamer. You cannot give that title to one streamer. Yeah, you'll have to go watch straight out of context, because her video on Nina's fake apology, this is where she talks about how long she's been doing it for. You can see that she only has 1.2k subscribers. She's only got like barely just over 1,000 subscribers.
In mental health work now. Like, she works with special.
So it doesn't, yeah, it does. We need respect in this community. Respect. Yes, and integrity. Respect and integrity. You may not like everything a streamer says. I don't hate Nina. I like it when Nina just talks about Gypsy's behavior, because she's pretty right on. I like her videos. She's mostly right on. But when she does the gossip and the lies and ooh, the hot tea in the middle of the night, it's so hot tea, she's got to bring it on now. I'm tired of that, the lies, the hot tea. And that is what has gotten her 30,000 subs in 24 hours, because she brought out the hot tea. And every newspaper is now, oh, Ken thought it was bad 6 years ago when Facebook was calling him gay. Nina's got every newspaper out there, MSN.com, all of those big newspaper articles out there going, oh, Gypsy's boyfriend is a little fruity. And like, I agree with the other chick. I'm glad. I would rather stay a small streamer, not monetized, as long as I was bringing out the truth. I have a hard time with Kate because I want to believe her, but I also want details. It seems she had a very troubled relationship with her mom. Yeah. Life and amputation, and perhaps the issues may have left emotionally vulnerable. So yeah, it's hard to tell, because teenagers do start fighting with their parents. It's usually a fact. And I had a pretty good relationship with my teenager. I did not start fighting with my oldest son until my kids were taken from me and given to him. That's when he started hating me and calling me a bad mother. My son has never called me a bad mother until this last 11 months. This has tore my family apart. My son is now calling me a bad mother all over the place. I went from being a really good mom. I can show you my Facebook. We went to Comic-Con 3 years in a row. And we did a lot of fun things, and I made a lot of fun creative dinners and stuff. And I remember doing a lot of stuff with my sons and his girlfriends. Every girlfriend he brought home. My son was popular. He was handsome. He had girls chasing him left and right. And I made friends with all of his girlfriends. I have pictures of us at church parties tackling each other on the ground and wrestling and having fun with my son. I thought I was being a good mom. And then all of a sudden, this last 11 months, I am branded the worst mom in the world. I went from being the cool mom to shit mom. And now my son is saying nothing but shitty things about me. Hey, 2A, Step Bro, yo, hey.
Special needs kids.
And so it's hard to tell what's going on, because like I said, if 2 years ago, if you ask my oldest son if I'm a bad mom, he'll tell you, well, there's a few things I don't agree with that my parents did, but no, overall, my mom's a good mom. If you ask him now if I'm a bad mom, he will tell you everything in the world I did wrong. Now that this tragedy's happened, once tragedy strikes, people take their sides. People choose a side when tragedy strikes. And tragedy has struck my family, and my son didn't take my side.
In kids who go through abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Does she has no relationship with your mom either?
But there's also a rumor kind of floating around. The reason why my son didn't take my side is because right now my kids are in state's custody, and if he took my side, they threatened to take the kids away and put them in a foster home. So there's a rumor. It's a rumor going around. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I can't talk about it now. Maybe at the end of this year. Maybe this December, guys. This December, we can talk about it.
I don't know, honestly. I don't know.
Oh, wow. So you don't even have much of a relationship with your older sister to really kind of like share the, trauma stories and console each other.
I know my older sister told me she has permanent brain damage and things from the medication and stuff that she was on. She does have some issues, but I don't know if she still has a relationship with my mom. She does have a relationship with my mom's family, but they're the ones that helped save her. It was Shands Hospital that saved my sister's life. She was admitted to Shands for months, and they got the feeding tube out, detoxed her from all the meds, and they essentially saved her life. And she's been living in Tampa for...
In a way, that makes me think she did have Munchausen by proxy. If that's true, why was the feeding tube there in the first place? So once again, we're missing details here. Why did the feeding tube get put in? Why was she admitted in the hospital? Because hospitals don't keep healthy people. They don't. Hospitals, if you're healthy, they have to release you.
Over a decade now.
Did your mom ever go to jail for like trying to poison your sister and like doing stuff to you? Ever? Like no criminal charges? Nobody?
How did... Once again, details. How did she poison you guys? Did she make you drink something? Did she physically do something to your body? We're too vague here. This is way too vague.
Can file like no one can file? Like is there a...
No, because the vagueness makes me think, okay, this does sound like Munchausen by proxy. This sounds bad. Because, okay, while the mom was around, things were bad, but the mom left, and the kids got released from the hospital and everything. Okay.
Statute
So,
there?
It's because it's a mental illness, and they leave it up to child services to investigate. Child services did come out and investigate, but since we were in a nice home, we were clean, and we were well fed, they always closed the case.
Exactly. If your home is spotlessly clean, DCFS will close the case. They will not. They only open cases against people who have cluttered to messy homes to trashed homes. But if you literally have a spotlessly clean house like I have now, see, it's all spotless, dude. There's well, my kids were here yesterday, so there's a couple things I need to put away, but I mean, it's still spotless. Like, there's not a spot on the walls, there's not a spot on the carpet. It's perfect. They won't touch you. And this is why we need to talk about DCFS. The Corey Michelot case, the okay, the only good thing I've seen CPS do is, well, I don't know whether they should give the kids back to the 8 passengers' dad, because he was kind of being a bad parent when they were filming. I didn't agree. I'm like everybody else. I didn't agree with their parenting tactics. Taking a kid's bed away for 7 months, taking his bedroom away. Okay, I didn't agree with that stuff. I mean, that's not exactly abuse. Telling your kid, well, you sleep on the futon for the next 7 months. I mean, you still gave him a place to sleep. So to CPS, that's not exactly abuse if you choose to punish your child that way. But I don't agree with like how she fed them bananas. They each get a bite and they get in line, and she's like, I love this. I got them answering to me because they're starved, and if they want at least one bite of a banana, they will mind me. And the father did let that happen. So hopefully he's learned his lesson. Maybe he deserves his kids back. Hopefully he learned his lesson. I'm not his therapist or anything, so I can't say if the Frank guy learned his lesson and deserves his kids back. I don't know why he let Ruby and all them guys push him away for a year, and he had no idea what was going on with his kids for a year. Like, my husband would never allow that to happen. He would never allow somebody to come in our lives and tell my husband, get out of the house. You don't get to see your wife and kids anymore. You're not married anymore. My husband, like, would never do that. So I don't get why this chick was able to come in and order these adults around. But then again, the reason why she was able to come in and order these adults around is because they were kind of in that abusive state of mind, or that harsh punishment state of mind, when... Is it Ruby that, or is it Ruby the wife? When the chick came along, when that ex-counselor came along. By the way, after all of these stories that have come out about Utah lately, I don't trust a single psychologist here in Utah. I do not. There are too many psychologists in Utah getting busted right now. Utah is so unsafe right now. There is no safe counselors to go to right now. Utah is so unsafe. And most of the counselors that you get sent to are in West Jordan area. And that is the area that is getting busted with the bad counselors. Here's the problem with what you're showing about Kate. The stories may be all real, partially real, or she believes some things happen because she... Yeah, it's hard to tell because in a way I want to believe her. Like, it's like, so the hospital kicked your mom out and then your aunts and uncles stepped in and your sister got better. They took the feeding tube out. She didn't need it. They got her off the meds because she didn't really need them, and then she's healthy and she's off the meds and no feeding tube and she's thriving. Like I said, the story is vague. There's no details of what led up to the feeding tube, what led up to the meds. Like, why did she even take her to the doctor? And none of these girls had the same ailment. They all had different ailments. Very different ailments. I mean, I guess Kate had almost the same ailment as her other sister, because I guess her other sister tried to put her in leg braces. And Kate was in a leg brace for a sore for a while. But also, I saw the picture of the hole, Kate's foot with the hole in it. Why would the doctors dig out healthy tissue? Doctors wouldn't dig out healthy tissue, right? Like, the hole is there for a reason, right? I mean, doctors wouldn't literally sit there and cut into healthy bleeding tissue, right? They wouldn't melon ball a healthy chunk of your leg. Like, the only reason they would clean that out is literally there is an infection eating at your tissue. Like, I don't see them digging a hole Because your mom's not in the operating room going, nope, that's an unhealthy tissue. Dig it out, dig it out, dig it out. The doctors are in there. The foot is open. And now they choose what to dig out. So they're not going to look at this foot and be like, yeah, let's just dig out this healthy tissue for the fun of it, right? They only dig out what's infected. They take the infection and leave what's healthy. They only take what's dead. And so it's hard for me to think that they would take. So was the mom injecting something into the foot and making the tissue die? Kate, I need details. I need details, Kate.
Okay, they would come out once, always give my mom a warning. Like, my mom always knew before they showed up, 1 to 2 days before they came. She knew when they...
Well, and Kate's never literally told her story, okay? She's always been interviewed and only answers the questions vaguely that the interviewer she's never literally made a series of, here's episode 1. We're going to go through age 15, the first 3 months that I was 15. Here's what happened during those 3 months. And then episode 2, do the next 3 months of what happened, or 6 months. Whatever you can compile into like an hour or two. So it's not a 10-hour video, Don't give us a 10-hour video to watch, because nobody's going to watch it. Break it up into episodes and literally tell the story. Give us the story. Don't answer a question. Give us the story. Because we've never literally been given a story. It's same with Gypsy. Like, we've heard vague details. Like, we know she picked up a pew-pew and shot her mom 10 times, and then her mom went to the doctor. But what led up to, where's the details? Where's the details? There's just, she's hitting bullet points. Hit a couple bullet points to make this sound dire. Let's hit a few bullet points. Where's the story? When somebody asks you a question, where's the story? Let's hear the story. Even if it takes 20 minutes to tell us. Somebody asks you a question, give us it in story mode. Tell us literally what happened. Don't say, my mom infected my knee, and then she left, and then there was uninfected. Okay. How did the knee get infected? What was your mom doing? Like, what was she literally doing to make it infected? That's abuse. If you can tell me literally what she did. Did she inject you? That is Munchausen by proxy. Because that's what Munchausen by proxy moms do. They inject their babies with salt or rat poison or Pine Sol cleaner or some crap like that to make the baby sick. That's details. That's abuse. Not, my leg got infected because my mom was there. What, your mom walked in the room and your leg just magically got infected as she looked at it? Did she you know how somebody wishes so hard? They're like, I'm going to put the vibes out into the world. Leg and get infected. Infect. She got voodoo magic. Just kidding. Ha. It's like, where's the story? Where's the details? I'm hearing her answering questions.
Your kid, Lisa.
And Shan's hospital.
Like I said, with this disturbing smile on her face. Like, where's the emotion? We're going back in time to a horrible time in your life. Where's the emotion to tell me this was a painful time in your life? Where is that story? Where's that detail? And where's that emotion? Take me back. Take me back in time, Kate. Take me literally back in time and make it as if I was a fly on the wall and I'm seeing this. You know, like Becca Scoops was talking, let's take you back and we're going to make you a fly on the wall. Here's what was happening. I want to be a fly on the wall. Take me back. Make me feel what you felt. Make me see what you saw. Don't just sit there with a disturbing smile on your face. Because this all feels like this is a big F you to her mom because of that creepy smile on her face. Yeah, it's in the eyes too. The eyes are glowing. They shouldn't be glowing and gleaming like that. I mean, I cannot feel her emotion because I'm looking into that face. And all I'm feeling is duped. Like, did you just tell me a story that's real or not? Because that smile on your face is like, it's that happy revenge smile, you know? Like when you're like, yeah, I got you. I told my side of the story. I got everybody hating you. I do. It's bugging me. The whole facial expression. Because that smile goes right up into the eyes. It's a big round smile that goes right up into those eyes. And she's just sitting back going, yep. I'm getting people to believe my story. That's pride right there. That's too much pride in that glowing eyes of hers. It's like, that's what I see. I can't feel for her. I wish I could. It's like, take me back to that moment, Kate.
Is part of the University of Florida. That is their teaching hospital, and it's a very good facility.
Hell, I was feeding my kids Costco food, and they're like, "You're poisoning us." No, eat it, boy. I mean, good God.
I swear, obviously, if Kate didn't look so young, I would think that this was something from like my time. I would think this was like the 70s or the 80s.
I just don't understand the motive behind your mom. I mean, Kate, like, I don't get your mom's motive, you know, like, besides disability.
Yes.
It's a whole thing. It's a...
Most with Munchausen syndrome by proxy stem from a childhood where they didn't get attention. Now, I will say my mom's mother was an alcoholic and a drug addict. And this is what I was told by my dad and what I've heard. And my mom lacked attention growing up. And so she had her own mental health issues and things from her upbringing, and that could have stemmed from her that need of attention.
Right. Man,
I mean, that's what it looks like to me she just talked regular to morbid. That smile is gone right now. Okay? But every time she talks about her mom, and then they are like, oh my gosh, that is a bad mom. The smile gets really big. And those eyes glow. And it is that happy revenge smile like, see, I got you, Mom. I got people believing that you were wrong. I'm right. I didn't have to lose my leg. And so she's sitting back going, yep, I'm right, Mom. I did it. I proved to everybody I'm right. I didn't have to lose my leg.
all this trauma, Kate. How do you feel? What do you feel about your mom now? Like, can you forgive her? Have you forgiven her? Where are you at with that? And
I tried to forgive my mom. My mom won't accept accountability. So since my mom won't accept accountability and just some other things that had happened, I chose that it was best that I had to cut her out of my life. And I did just that. And I have no regrets of doing that.
Looking for a response from your mom.
You can see for a moment when Morbid asked that question and her eyes went to the side, she went for a memory. She did. You can tell she went for a memory. She was digging there for a second. She's like, okay. She was digging for a memory. So you can tell when somebody's digging for that memory. Kate just, she did. Her eyes tilted off to the side and she was digging for that memory. She's like, okay, let's get that memory. Crazy would have insane motives. It's not possible. Like fake and greed. And so, yeah, you can tell, and right now she doesn't have that big smile. She's like, hey, my mom's not taking accountability, whatever. She dug for that memory, and she stated that memory.
Some validation, like, you were wrong, you should apologize to me.
And see, her smile's getting bigger as Morbid says the mom's wrong. The smile gets bigger.
She needs to have accountability for what she did, but she wants to be like, I didn't do anything to you kids. I'm like, okay, well, the records and everything say otherwise. So me and my sister have both tried to get her to take accountability at a younger age, and like she just wouldn't. So and she turned it on herself. I know that a couple years ago she was faking having cancer. My mom also did something horrible that I can't forgive, and my mom tattooed my foot to the side of her leg.
What?
Like, what do
you mean she tattooed your foot, the one that was amputated?
Yeah.
When did she do this?
Just a couple months before my amputation.
Why? Do you know? That's weird.
She put it in beach sand. She took a footprint of my left foot and she took it to a tattoo shop. So I was under the understanding they did like a mold of my foot or like a keepsake and stuff. Yeah, it's just some really weird stuff. I don't know.
Well, she said okay, so at 15 she got scheduled for the amputation. She was due to lose her leg in like 4, 5, 6 months, something like that, a few months down the road. So for some, odd reason, it sounds like the mom wanted to preserve the memory of the leg while it was still there, and they could take a mold of it, do a tattoo of it. I mean, that's kind of weird. I don't understand tattoos. I don't get them, but people who love to tattoo their bodies with a story, I can see why she might want to do that. Be like, well, you're going to lose your foot, but let's memorialize it. You know? Like, what movie did they do that in? Let's see. There was a movie that a kid lost an arm because of a train. Was it Stand By Me or something? Or there was a movie where a kid, and they had a funeral for his arm. What movie was that they had a funeral for the kid's arm? So it's not like terribly uncommon. If the core of the stories are, she could still build them real events and emotions. Difficult. Insane people often mix. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You can take a grain of the truth and grow it into a giant lie. Like I said, the reason my kids were taken is they did take a grain of the truth, okay? There was a small grain of truth, okay? And they took that grain of truth and they blew it out of proportion. With lies. And so I am taking accountability. They're mad at me because I'm taking accountability for only the grain. I told him I will take accountability for the grain, but I'm not going to take accountability what you grew from that grain. I will admit, and when I bring out my full story, it's going to be a tiny bit embarrassing, but I will admit to my faults. And I will have to admit to my faults, but I will do it. So you'll have to wait for the full story, but I will take accountability for the grain, the 2 grains that they blew up and built into the lie to remove the kids. And so, yeah, you always take a grain of the truth. You take a small grain. The mom was picking at the scab. There's your grain. Therefore, the mom caused the infection. Therefore, her leg was amputated due to her mom picking at the scab. Yeah, the truth sells the lie. They take the grain, and they're like, here's the grain. And once somebody has that grain, they will believe anything after that. They will believe absolutely anything after the grain. Now, we just don't know what's the grain in the story and who's growing the plant. Is Kate taking the grain and growing the plant? Or did the mom take a grain and that's why the leg got amputated? Is a grain got out of hand? Who's got the grain and who's got the plant? Who needs to take accountability for the grain and who needs to take accountability for the plant? And that's what it's hard to decide. Because like I said, I kind of want to believe her, but I just... her body language and her smile... like I said, she sits back and smiles really big as Morbid and the Jaja Lisa lady talk about her horrible mom. She then relaxes, sits back with the smile glowing on her face the whole time. Like it's permanently masked on there. She's sitting back. It's like she's enjoying watching them trash her mom. I mean, I don't like what my mom's doing right now, but I'm not enjoying... I wouldn't enjoy people, like, putting her down. I'm trying to have... my husband's trying to teach me how to just be sad for somebody when they do that wrong. Because we have to feel not hate for somebody. Happy childhood. Problems involved. It sounds like, okay, the mom was cheating on the husband with men, women, it doesn't matter. She was just out there cheating. So there was already a tumultuous relationship right there. Because when you know what spouse is cheating, when you know one of your parents are cheating on the other, if you have to keep it secret, that's really horrible. If it's well known, then there's always going to be tension in the home towards the parent that is doing the wrong deed. So we know that there's no respect for her mom in that area, because how can you respect your parent that is cheating? Like, take Gypsy's baby, for example. When it grows up and finds out that it was an adultery baby, how's the baby going to feel? When they Google their mom and find out that they were conceived through adultery, through sin. especially if they grow up religious. I highly doubt Gypsy has a religion. I don't think Ken does either. I don't know if they'll ever get one. But if that kid has some morals and ethics and does maybe find religion, I mean, can you imagine finding out you were born out of adultery? One of the reasons why I semi-believe that the child might be Ryan's is because Gypsy is pushing the narrative so hard when the baby was conceived. But technically, if she's due January 22nd, the date of conception is May 1st. Around May 1st. I don't know if it's give or take this way or this way. Because there's a 3-day window a woman can get pregnant. A 3-day window. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. 4th is outside the window. The maybe baby still, yeah. We still got to see if she miscarries. And you saw that Fancy told, what's her name again? Tasha, that she's like, if there's a baby, there's a lot of people out there that think that Gypsy is doing this for clout for the show. Because people will watch the last episode to see when she got pregnant. But, and then, so basically, like, she's cutting it close. If she's gonna miscarry, and she's like 13 weeks right now, she's like generally by your 16th week, you're most likely not gonna miscarry that baby, and you're a good way through your pregnancy. You're like almost halfway there. And so she's, at this point, if she miscarried, she would probably have to go in for a D&C. At this point. But no, should we go look at that? I've thought about this. Do you guys want to find out for 100% for sure if that's the baby's heartbeat or Gypsy's heartbeat? Do you guys want to find out 100% for sure if I'm right that it was Gypsy's heartbeat? We can find out 100% for sure. So what video is it? Let me see if I can find it. Gypsy Rose baby's heartbeat. Okay.
Hey everybody, so I purchased.
We can find out for sure, okay? So here's how we find out, okay? We got to time 15 seconds, okay? 15 seconds. So if you guys know anything about a heartbeat, there's systolic and there's diastolic, okay? So you're going to hear the heartbeat go, okay? That's the systolic and the diastolic. So that's one heartbeat. So every, we got to count those. How many of those happen in 15 seconds, okay? So if we can time 15 seconds, I can try and see if we can time 15 seconds on my phone. Hey Google, set timer 15 seconds. Are you not doing it, Google? Okay. Let's see if I can start it when I want to start it, okay? Because stop. Okay. Whoops. 15 seconds. Okay, I know how to do 15 seconds now. Okay, I can do 15 seconds. Okay, so we're gonna count the heartbeat for 15 seconds, okay?
A baby Doppler online, and it's recommended that you could start to hear the heartbeat at about 12 weeks. And I am 12 weeks and 5 days as of today, the 15th, July 15th. So let's see if we can hear a heartbeat yet. Okay. This is not the most flattering positions to be in, so I've got the sound booster gel.
We gotta do this just right. It's like we gotta do this just right if we're gonna get it.
That's supposed to help, so I'm gonna put some on my tummy. Oh, it's kind of cold. Okay, turn the Doppler on. Okay, speed it up. It's kind of loud when you first put it on your tummy.
So okay, so we're gonna get ready. We're gonna see if we can do this.
Everybody, so
what? Where'd the heartbeat go? Wrong video. Like, where'd the heartbeat go? Okay, here we go. Here's the heartbeat. Okay, it's right at the beginning of this. So as soon as I hit play, come on. As soon as I hit play, we gotta count. Oh, come on. Let me pause you. I want to start the video when I want to start the video. Damn it. Okay, let's see if... Okay, here we go. Okay, start the video. My count might be barely off, but it'll work. Ready? Go.
There it is. There it is.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I counted 34. Okay, let's get a calculator out. I need my calculator. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take a calculator. Now. Okay, we're going to take 34 heartbeats and we're going to times it by 4. 136. That might be the baby. Okay, that might be the baby. A baby's heartbeat is anywhere between 120 and 140 beats per minute. So if I did hear that might be the baby. I might be wrong. Okay, I concede to Gypsy that she has a fast heartbeat. Okay, that might be the baby. 136. That means, according to old wives' tale, girls' heartbeats are around 140 and boys are around 130. It's iffy if it's a boy or a girl. It could be a girl. I could be off count by maybe one heartbeat because I tried to time it at the same time.
There it is. There.
Did you guys get the same count as me? Gosh darn it, I'm so wrong. Because if that count is right, that is a baby's heartbeat. She's not pressing in very hard. Okay, you know what? If that's the... Okay, look at this. If that's the baby's heartbeat, and she's not pressing in that hard, and she's up at the belly button, that's Ryan's baby. Because watch this. Look at this. Okay, so she said... How far along did she say she's at? Baby... She said 12 weeks? And 5 days? Let's do 13 weeks. 13 weeks. Utero position. Okay, watch this. Baby utero position. Let's go to images. Okay. 13 weeks. How far is the baby below the belly button? 38 weeks. We're looking at 13 weeks. 12 weeks. It's not showing the belly button area. Because at 10 weeks, the baby's barely climbing over the bladder at 10 weeks. So at 12 weeks, it's barely reaching your belly's surface. Let's see. Okay. 12 weeks pregnant. How far below belly button? How far below the belly button? At 12 weeks, your uterus is roughly the size of a grapefruit. Feel your belly below your navel if you're under 20 weeks pregnant. Your navel is commonly referred to as your belly button before you're 20 weeks. So how far is she up by the belly button?
There it is.
She won't show the belly button very well. How close is that to her belly button? Because under 20 weeks is below the belly button. She looks to be about at the belly button. So, is she farther along then? When you lie, your heart beats faster, especially if you're trying to sell the story. Okay, because, yeah, if she's lying, because I know when sometimes my heart can beat faster when, she could, because 136 is about what a baby should be. Should I test a liar? Because I'm nervous almost like a liar. Just kidding. I'm like, what's my beats per minute? 1, 2, just kidding. I wonder about her and Ryan. Why did she feel it necessary to tell the world she is consumed? Look, well, I mean, look at this baby daddy drama. What did they do with it? They put Ken on TikTok for an hour, sitting there going, it's my baby. It's my baby. Sorry, I'm the father. How much money did they make while Ken was doing that? Here's the thing that trips me up, okay? About her pregnancy. She said that she called Ryan and told Ryan about the baby before the announcement so that he wouldn't be hurt. However, a couple days prior to the announcement, people asked Ryan if Gypsy was pregnant. And Ryan's like, I don't know, guys. And if she is, all the best to her. You can tell he didn't know. Because as soon as he heard the news, he dropped off the internet like that. Okay? He didn't know. And then Gypsy did the interview and they said, how does your ex feel about it? And what did she say? Well, he's on his journey. I don't have time to think about it. She didn't say, I called him and talked to him to make sure he was okay. Why didn't she say that in the interview? Why did she say that online, but she didn't say that in the interview? Why did she give the typical speech that she gave for her co-defendant? Why can't I think of his name right now? She said, oh, he's on his journey, and I'm on my journey. And that's what she said about Ryan. She gave the journey speech.
There it is.
To me, that sounds too low still, because a baby sounds like a sea monster. That heartbeat originally, to me, why I thought it was hers, is it sounds too calm. Like, you know when the doctor hits the baby's heartbeat. Because the doctor, I asked him one time on one of my pregnancies, I was 10 weeks along, and he said, Rose, on a skinny person, we can do it at 10 weeks. But they got to press in there really good. And he said, but don't guarantee. But like you knew, he's like, here's the mother's heartbeat. Because he told my husband how to find the heartbeat. He said, look, here's the mother's. And you hear, I was like, when you find the baby, it's all. The baby's like, oh my gosh, you can tell when you hit the baby. First you find the mother's heartbeat, and that's how you know you find the babies. You start off at the side, and you get your heartbeat first. And then you slide over to where the baby is, and that heartbeat should be significantly, monstrously faster. And I didn't hear her, and she did kind of get it from the side. She's kind of on the side. See? She's over here on the side. She's not directly on the uterus. She's over here to the side, which tells me it might be her heartbeat. Because any mother who's gotten the heartbeat checked at 10 weeks knows that the mother's heartbeat is off to the side, and then they move in to hear the baby's heartbeat in the middle, deep down in. Like, they gotta press in there to get it. Like, they hurt you. You're like thinking, if you press any harder, you're gonna make me miscarry, buddy. It's like, quit shoving that in my abdomen. Well, I heard, okay, so season 1 is technically the prison confessions, and then season 2 is this Life After Law. We're watching technically season 2, and then I heard that they did drop season 3 and sell it to somebody else. Like, Lifetime's like, we're not doing the next season, we're done. Something made Lifetime say, we're not doing this, we're done, we're not a part of this anymore. What did Gypsy do to make Lifetime, who is stuck with her through 2 seasons now, through prison, and through the first 4 months, 4 to 5 months she was out of prison, and then all of a sudden, after she gets with Ken and everything, and they're supposed to start the new season with Ken, they drop Gypsy and say no. And they sold it to another network. They said, we're not doing this. That's why I'm wondering if the pregnancy is fake and they found out and they're like, no, we're not going to be a part of this. Is she in a hospital? Why does she have her... But... Where is she? I heard Ken was in the next room doing TikTok or something live while Gypsy was in here doing this. But this looks like a hospital room. Why would she have her own monitor at a hospital? This looks like a... Does this look like a hospital, or she's got a bed in a bathroom? Did she make a bed in a bathroom? Like, where is she sitting? Or is this her bedroom? I don't see no headboard, though. Ken has a headboard. Like, where is she sitting? Oh, no, there is the headboard. She is in the bedroom. Okay. Oh, that's just, that curtain looks like a hospital curtain. Okay. That is Ken's headboard. If somebody said Ken was in the next room on TikTok or something while she was in there doing her little baby thing. Her belly doesn't look that round. Why does it look like it dips in? It's got a shadow. Shouldn't it be rounded? Why does it look like it dips in? Why does it got a shadow right there? It's got a shadow. Is that her hand maybe? I don't know. Because her belly's, it is dipping in. Her belly looks really soft right now still. It looks very soft still. I don't know, we're like analyzing every inch of this video and photo. We're like, just tear the whole photo and video apart. Analyze every inch of it. The heartbeat, she could, you're right, she could be nervous. That could speed up her own heartbeat. I can't believe she found it so fast. That's pretty fast to find. I've never tried to find my own heartbeat. I've always gone to the doctors. I thought about doing that when I was having problems in my daughter's with my daughter's pregnancy, but we never bought it. I wish we did, because then I would have the what you call it, I would have the experience. That's right. I would have the experience. I'm going to look at YouTube. Is Morbid going live tonight? I don't know if I've seen him yet. Gypsy Rose is not with Ken Urker. Oh, I was wondering if Morbid was going to have fun with this. Ken Urker with hair in AI.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard posts on Instagram, AI versus reality. Nothing can prepare you for the happiness that you feel the moment when you realize all your dreams came true. It's so hilarious that the AI is actually better. Every time I see these pictures, I think of Ken as wearing prison garb since his shirt looks like a prison shirt from Chillicothe. This is like me playing The Sims back in middle school and making me and my crush marry each other. I mean, what in the dysmorphia is happening here? Look, I'm not sure what Gypsy's trying to
Why did she go to AI and do this? Like, why?
Prove at all with this? What, that she's an ugly bitch? She has not one single redeeming feature. Not a single damn one. I've never seen someone so hideous both inside and out. Oh, and you know, it's so true. It's damn true. There are people who are unfortunate looking, but you can say something good about them. They might be talented, good at something, genuine or kind people, but in her case, there's nothing. Gyp Dip's rotten in every single way. Hey, Alexa, play TLC Unpretty. That's right. People who are ugly on the inside become more ugly on the outside. Unfortunately, she didn't have much to start with.
Like, I'm waiting for Morbid to make fun of the fact that Ken has a head full of hair, like lustrous locks up there.
Saying for quite some time that the photographer in these IG photos had her work cut out for her with the photoshopping, because we all know
the one thing about is so weird about all these these announcements, they're laughing in every photo. Like, they're just laughing. They're just laughing. Does that bother anybody else that they're just laughing in every photo?
those photos from the photo shoot are photoshopped to hell. I don't know what it is, but Gypsy's mouth weirds me out the most, I think. And the sounds that come out of it, holy. Just the way her top lip just swallows her bottom lip. Her entire damn face just creeps me out. It's like her top and bottom lip aren't coordinated when she talks. They just each do their own thing. Kind of like her eyes. It's as if her whole face is fighting itself. This AI versus reality is probably what Jippity Dippity does all day. Just daydreaming about the perfect fantasy life. Creating scenarios in her head and asking AI to make her look like a decent person. Too bad the ugliness from inside is coming through. In fact, it's exactly
how
what
did she do this on AI? What did she tell AI to do? Just create a pregnant couple or something? Because are those their faces, even? I mean, is that even their faces? I'm not good at those pictures where you put them side by side and say, tell me 10 different things that are wrong. You know? I can get maybe 5 different things that are wrong.
she does all day. But it's okay, because a baby will show Gypsy.
Oh, I love it. Look at your baby.
Real quick, how life isn't a Disney trip every single day. It requires routine and it is boring. There's responsibilities and much patience is required. All life qualities that Gypsy doesn't have. This AI comparison was probably Gyp's way of telling Ken to get hair plugs, or at least someone to donate the service to him. Cause we all know she ain't paying for them. Old cheap ass. And who the hell on God's green earth does a maternity shoot at 11 weeks? That is so weird. But I have a chat with the 10th.
Yeah, you don't do a maternity shoot at 11 weeks. You don't do a baby announcement at 11 weeks. You don't do a baby shower at 14, 15 weeks. You don't do a baby registry at 11 weeks. She's doing a lot of things that people don't do until their like 7th to 8th month. Everybody always has a baby shower within 2 weeks to a month before the baby's due. Like, your baby showers are always at the very end. If they hired a PR team, they're working overtime trying to clean up. Oh my gosh, I would hate to be on Gypsy's PR team, and I would hate to be her counselor. Like, I would be ripping my hair out every session going, I ain't getting through to this girl, am I? I would be literally ripping my hair out of my head trying to help Gypsy. Can you imagine being her counselor? Going, I'm failing. Her counselor probably is going to go insane and resign at the end of her probation. Her counselor's probably going to be like, I can't do this.
Football. An attention whore that thinks the world revolves around them. AI Ken over here serving looks. However, this post by Gypsy is kind of creepy, but we all know that Gyp Dip loves fantasy. AI Ken looking like a Chad. And you gotta admit, AI Chad's hair is so funny. If Ken had hair, which he doesn't and never will, and if he wasn't perpetually high and goofy or drunk, he would actually look pretty close to that AI.
Well, and if that is true, that Gypsy was clicking that lighter in the background, I heard her cough. Before anybody started talking about the cough, I was like, dude, there's a cough after the of the lighter. And she's either smoking a cigarette indoors or she is smoking weed. She's smoking something. That lighter's clicking and she's coughing. And if you were pregnant, wouldn't you not smoke anything? Right? No, nothing.
Not really, but let's just go with it. However, Gypsy can never come close to her AI. I'm sure y'all have Facebook friends that do this too, and I just think to myself, we know what you really look like, and you know what you look.
Yeah, that counselor is going to need a counselor while she's counseling Gypsy. Like, this counselor is probably calling her counselor after every session going, okay, we're booking. We're booking a session. It's like, I just got done with Gypsy. I'm gonna go shave my head if you don't get me in.
Like, so why even do this? Like, hello, McFly, I've seen you in person. Me checking AI Ken with hair posted to Instagram off my 2024 bingo card right next to presidential assassination attempt. God, I'm so close to bingo. Yeah, this year has been wild. But again, I think we're almost at bingo. And who in the hell is Gypsy Rose trying to convince? We got the fake ponytail that doesn't match at all. There's the wish I looked like this, and the Temu version. This post is giving cutting your face out of photos and gluing it on bodies in magazines type of vibe in a real psycho creepy way. Gypsy Rose, you should probably get off social media like you promised. Take the limelight away from your unborn child and just go play The Sims instead. Then girl, you can live in your own fantasy world like you always dreamed of. Shape it how you want. Kill anybody that you want and not bother anyone in real life. Anyhow, let me know what y'all think in the comment section down below, and be sure to hit that like and subscribe button right now. Also push the notification bell so you know when new videos come out and when our live shows happen. We usually do open panel live streams right here on this channel every other night or so. Other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to make fun of Ken's fluffy hair. Ken never looks comfortable or really yeah. Like, he's always giggling and laughing. Saying McDonald's is hiring. Yep. Be like, fuck it. I can't do this. Be like, I'm going to McDonald's. It's like, I give up. I thought I could be a counselor. I was like, Gypsy Rose, challenge accepted. Failure around every corner. I wonder what their sessions are like. Is this counselor one of those counselors that is just in agreement with everything with their client? Or is she like, Gypsy, what the hell are you doing? Go back to your husband. Be like, Gypsy, yo. Go back to the... Because there is proof. I showed proof on my last video. Let's see, Gypsy Rose, life after lockup. I mean, they did have their moments. In the first 2 weeks Gypsy was out, like, people were saying, you know, he was being rude about the luggage, and he was telling the guy, hey, get in that lane, you're going to pass up the airport, you know, get over there. And so there are things that people said that Ken did wrong, and he was a little creepy. And Gypsy seemed a little bit standoffish in a way. But overall, like I said, in front of the New York skyline, Gypsy was jumping on Ryan. It was beautiful, right in front of the New York skyline. And you saw that they also, I don't know what episode it's in, but there's an episode where Ryan's sitting on the couch and she just runs over and jumps on top of him and kisses him, all playful. And I bet that was in the first episode or two. One of the first 1, 2, or 3 episodes. Because Gypsy, at some points, kind of resisted Ryan's advances, but at some points, she was playful, jumping on him and not resisting. Like when she came out in that dress on New Year's, and Ryan said, oh my God, you're just the most beautiful, or whatever he said, and he's like, that dress is just, and she walks up to him and goes, what you gonna do about it? And then they do that really dirty hug, and they're like, ugh. He like, almost like he was gonna motorboat her, you know. I thought he was gonna go in for the boat, you know, in front of her parents. I was like, Ryan, stay back from that chest, you know. So in the first 2 weeks, I mean, Gypsy had her moments where she was like, hey, Ryan, this is too much. And then she had her moments where she's like, come get it, baby. You know? I mean, my last video I did on Gypsy about episode 7, I showed 2 moments in the first 2 weeks where Gypsy was jumping on top of Ryan, and they looked playful like her and Ken do. And then in walks Christy, day 1. Ryan goes back to work. And okay, here, let me show you how. Do you want to know how non-controlling? Either they edited this out, or this is how non-controlling Ryan is. Because first of all, Gypsy is on the phone with Christy. And what does she say? Ryan's calling me. I'll answer it later. She hangs up on Ryan. Okay, first of all, if your husband is abusive and you're scared of him, you're not going to skip that phone call, okay? You're going to answer to him. And second of all, if your husband is controlling, he's going to call again and again and again until you answer him and tell him what you're doing. But no, Ryan called once. Gypsy hung up on him, and her and Chrissy continued their conversation in peace. To be acting it all for camera may have signed on. Well, Ken might be playful and be like, I'll sign on and I'll be playful with Gypsy. And, you know, he is kind of skinnier than Ryan and can be a little more playful and stuff and do stuff that Ryan can't do. But before that phone call, it looked like Gypsy was really trying with Ryan. And then after that phone call, she was on the fence. But she kept saying, look, I got married, I got to take responsibility. But she was on the fence because she was thinking about Ken. And then there was a point just before episode 7, where she fell off the side of the fence and hit Ken's side. And that's why I said we saw the train wreck coming, and episode 7 is the train wreck. Because she went from being on Ryan's side and really trying to being on the fence and teetering. Remember, she said she had 2 guys in her heart. And then somewhere along the way, she hit Ken's side and decided. And that's where she showed Rod the text to get Rod against Ryan. This is where she formulated her plan, where she told Christy, I already called my probation officer. I can move if I want. I mean, she didn't even ask. Her and Christy didn't even formulate that plan until Gypsy dropped that hint. And then Christy's like, well, we're already at Mia's. I'm already here. It's an hour and a half to Lake Charles. Why don't I just take you there real quick and let's do this? Was that the point when Ken signed on she knew he'd be in the picture? And, well, Ken, look at this. Okay, Ken talked to Gypsy a week before she got out of prison. Why didn't Ken... I agree with Mia. If Ken wanted Gypsy to know the reason and get closure, why didn't Ken say it himself to Gypsy, and especially the week before she got out of prison? Here's what I think. Ryan was a good place to stay on paper, because remember, according to the cellmate, Christy screwed up when she told the jail that she was afraid of Gypsy, okay? Christy screwed up. The jail wouldn't release Gypsy to Christy, but the PO will, because the PO is not the jail. So Gypsy did need a home to go to until the PO saw that Gypsy had a good relationship with Christy and would allow her to go. Because the jail is like, no, Christy answered the question wrong. You don't get it. We're not releasing you there. But once they release her into probation, the jail, the parole board no longer has a say in where she lives. Because the parole board's like, no, you're not going to Christy's. If your if your stepmother's afraid of you, we're not going to send you there and have her live in fear around you. So Gypsy did need a place to go that wasn't Rod's and Christy's. Therefore, she did propose to Ryan. Remember, she proposed. I'm back and I'm on the computer, so this is new territory for me. Hey, 13th hour, welcome back. I wish I had... So apparently, StreamYard, this is stupid. If you do the free StreamYard, which I don't know how, I guess, sure. Morbid's not, I guess Morbid's balancing it fine. I hit my 20 hours. So I can't just be on StreamYards until the 23rd. And on the free version, you only get 20 hours. And so I can't just give people a panel to jump on. Which sucks. I can't use StreamYards for a few more days. Like 3 more days. And then I get to re-up my 20 hours. Because I don't know how to add somebody on this OBS. Let me see if I can add somebody. Let's see if there's a way to. Let's see. Because this OBS is new to me. Media source, image, capture, display, color, browser, audio, application, audio, window capture, video, text, scene. Scene, what's a scene? No. Because how would I... Because usually most OBSs let you invite people up. Start virtual camera, start recording, studio mode, settings. Stream, output, audio, video, hotkeys, accessibilities. Stream. Let's see, hold on, let's see. OBS Studio. Video call or something? I don't know. Like, how do you see? OBS Studio can be used for video calls by the following steps. Download and install the OBS Studio. Prepare the source you want to display. Set up the video conferencing software you want to use, such as Teams or Zoom. Launch the OBS virtual camera. Start a call. No, that's the what is it called when you add somebody? OBS Studio. Blah, 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 blah. Well, yes, it does. Sets team up. I'm not a creator. I'm not going. Yeah, it's like I didn't know StreamYards is you only get 20 hours free. Because I went to go stream today. And you live stream. Oh, you're at 21 hours and 14 minutes. The free plan is limited to 20 hours per month. July 23rd is when I can start streaming again. It's like, oh, what? I was like, that's unfair. Because I love StreamYards, how you just give somebody a stream key and boom, added. I love StreamYards, how... So I'm like, how does Morbid do it? Because I know he's got the free version too. And he does 4 to 5 hours. I guess he's barely within his 20. Because he, well, no, because he streams 3 times a week, 4 to 5 hours. Like, he's way over his 20. Well, right now they're offering it to me for $1, but they're like, we'll give you it for, you're on an elite group, only 5% of users create as much content as you. Really? See what you get by upgrading. So it's $20 a month. Ow, that's year. Save with annual billing. Oh, okay. Usually you save if you... So they give you money off if you annually bill? That's weird. Whoa. No other OBS does that. I use Streamlabs. Streamlabs doesn't even do that. I use Streamlabs for free. This is how I do Twitch, is Streamlabs right here. And this OBS Studio, I do YouTube on. But I'm new to this OBS Studio and I don't know it very well. What is it called? Like OBS Studio multi-stream or something? I don't know. How to multi-stream on OBS for free. How to multi-stream with OBS for free. Let's see if it will.
Hey guys, it's Tech Granny, and today's video you're going to need is OBS, and I will have a link to download. All good to go to use OBS now with this plugin. So what we're going to do now is just close OBS like so, upgrade to 29.1.2, and with that, so what we're going to do is go to help, go to check for updates, and we're going to check for updates. We just want to upgrade to 29.1.2, and with that, we'll be off to a good start. Now that that's updated, we can just reload up OBS, and we're all good to go to use OBS now with this plugin. So what we're gonna do now is just close OBS like so, and we're gonna go to this website here, which I will have a link in the description, and we're gonna go to go download. And when we're in the downloads area, we're of course gonna scroll down. It's a little bit in different language, but we don't want to focus on that. We want to scroll to this part right here and download the OBS multi RTM 64 installer, and we're just gonna download this like slow, and we're just gonna open this on up. Now it's probably gonna ask you don't want to run this and stuff like that, but we're gonna run anyways because it's safe. It just computers sometimes want to be safe anyways. So we're just gonna run that, click install, and then close. And now what we're gonna do is reload up OBS. Now, when we open OBS again, we're of course gonna get access to the plugin. You'll see on the top left. Now you can see on the top left here, here's our new plugin, the actual multi-stream output thing. And of course, what it's actually going to use is your normal stream output for streaming whatever main platform you go to. So I stream on Twitch, right? So I just put Twitch in here, right? And then of course, we're all good to go there. Now, what you wanna do is add a new actual stream source. So for example, here I have my kick. I'm gonna delete this for the time being, just to show you guys on how to add one. So what we're gonna do is click add a new target. When we do add a new target, we're gonna of course name this whatever we want. For me, I'm gonna name this kick. And then what we're gonna do is go get our server key and also stream key for actually kick. So we're just gonna go to our settings. We're gonna go under stream key, and what we're gonna do is go up with the URL, and we're just gonna place that URL on in here. And we're gonna do the same for the stream key, where we're gonna go in here, grab our stream key, and we're just gonna place this like in here as well. Now once you've done that, of course you can leave every else the same. What is it is gonna grab your output settings and what you're actually streaming with via OBS. You can customize this if you want to get more in depth, but honestly I don't see the point of it, so we're just gonna click done and okay. Once that's added, you're gonna see you have now kick added, and now you of course can add YouTube, Twitch, whatever platform you can, and then you can go from there. And of course, if you want to use your other plugin for the vertical plugin, you can use this to stream on actually TikTok, because what happens, you might be wondering now, Twitch, of course, and then for OBS.
Okay, multi-stream is the wrong thing. I didn't mean multi-stream. I meant, gosh, what is it called? OBS Studio, add, what is it called? I don't know. I'm like, add a person? Add something? Not add, feature? Sure. I don't know. Feature. Gosh. No, I don't know what words to use. I'm trying to think. Like, gosh darn it. OBS Studio, stream panel? I don't know. Stream panel? Adding, no, help. I can't activate the stream information panel. Adding Twitch panel, no. OBS Studio, I don't know what words to use. Oh, network, network. No, sharing, monitoring, what is it called when you add somebody to your stream? Like, gosh, OBS Studio, because I called it multi-stream, but that was wrong. Multi-stream means something else. Guest. Three ways to add a guest in OBS. There we go. 3 ways to add a guest in OBS.
I'm going to show you a couple ways to add a guest. If you have auto add guests in there, then people 3 and 4. Guests can use this .ninja, and then here we click on create room. Then we enter a room name.
Where is that at?
The first method we're going to use OBS Ninja. For this, we're going to go to the website called obs.ninja, and I'm capturing the screen. So let's say we want to use Discord. So for example, we have Discord here, and we want to capture somebody who is streaming. So we turn on the camera. Now it isn't loading because I
could I could technically, I think, just feature you in Discord. Because I think if you talk on Discord, you'll come through on my... I might even be able to open up another display with... I wonder if that'll work if I open up a separate display and have it display Discord. I'm like, Discord's away. I'm like, yes, that's the word. I think if you Discord is I think if you just come on Discord, people will hear you. I don't know if you like I do have Morbid's Discord and then I have my Discord. If you want to come on Discord, I think if you come on Discord, that'll work actually. I don't even think I have to use the OBS Studio. I think if you just came on Discord, people would hear you. So I don't know if do you want me to give you a link to my Discord? Let's see. Invite people. Copy. Here's my Discord. Let's see. Do 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 do. Bedrock, Minecraft, blah, blah, blah. Oh, there's the Rose's stream room actually. Rose's stream room. C2. Oh wow, it's 7. Oh my gosh, it's almost 8 o'clock. Don't switch. Don't switch. It's always wanting to switch on me. I'm like, don't do it. Yeah, see if I just do Discord and just be like, boom, put it over there. I think people can hear you. And that way we can... Rose Blanchard uses at-home ultrasound and new heartbeat. Blanchard also encouraged her Instagram followers to get... I mean, would she be pushing it this hard if she was lying? Guess the baby, here's the heartbeat. No, this is seriously my due date. We made love on this day, this day, this day, and this day. Should be able to just click on that link and accept the invite. It's a general invite because we don't have like my Discord not exactly personalized, but it's a new Discord. Like I created a Discord back in November of 2022 and it got messy over the last year. And so Brad, one of my mods and stuff, he created me a new clean, nice Discord, which came just in time because 2 days after he created the lovely Discord, clean Discord for me, my old Discord got hit by corn and I had to delete it. And the tea is steeping. Okay, I counted the heartbeat. It might be a baby, we deciphered either it's a baby or she's lying and her heart is racing. But if she can lie without conscience, would her heart still race? Or maybe that's where the thrill is. Some people do get a thrill out of lying and feeling their heart race, like it makes them feel more alive. Like every time you lie, your heart races and you're like, shit, yes. You know? You get that euphoria from, feeling your heart race. Okay, let's see. Is it invite people? Copied? Should be. Does the link expire or something? I guess. It's weird. I don't know if the link expires. It's like, you got 2 seconds. Okay, we can close that out. We can close that out. Getting a lot of things opened up. We can close that out. Close that out. Yeah, she just hearted me. Does that mean she wants to team up with me? Or are we going to do a team up? Do I need to give her my email address? Yeah, you sit wood race. Her back is up against the wall. She's losing support. This baby is important. Well, yeah, because everything was dying down. Things were calming down. And it was like, the only thing going on for a little while was Nina doing the pregnancy rumors and the Steve Wood rumors. And the gossip train was rolling. But as per her behavior and things to talk about, if you weren't doing the drama and the lies, things were ramping down. Until the pregnancy. Things were kind of ramping down. Coming to a halt. Like that train was slowing down. It wasn't headed for its next wreck, or so you thought. And then now we got, well, like I said, okay. What was it? Only like 2 days before Gypsy announced the baby, people asked Ryan on his live, is Gypsy pregnant? And he said, I don't know, but if they are, I wish them all the best. So that tells me he didn't know they were pregnant, but Gypsy says she called him. Did she call him 5 minutes before the announcement? She said she called him how many days before the announcement? Because like 2 days after Ryan says that is the pregnancy announcement, and then Ryan drops off all social media for like what, a couple weeks? Almost? Like Ryan just drops off the face of the earth. Is the records were spreading? Well, her medical records are... Everybody's saying, where do we get the full medical records? The full medical records aren't here. And it's like, go to Fancy. She's the only person that I at least know of that literally got the full records. Like, Christy handed out Gypsy's records here and there, but not in their entirety, except to Fancy, because for 3 years... Fancy literally was the spokesperson for the Blanchard family. She is featured in magazine articles. I read these articles. She's in there. So it's not a lie that Fancy was the spokesperson for 3 years. She was in the Facebook group. She was, really quickly, I'm gonna, I wonder if those Facebook groups accepted me. I wonder if they... Gypsy Rose Blanchard discussion. Let's see if it accepted me. Okay. I had to hide my Facebook for a second. Facebook won't let me change my name because I don't want my real name displayed. People are finding out my real name anyways. It's stupid. I can't hide. Let's see, oh wait. Invite? Oh, okay, I am in this group. It says I can invite friends. So now we can kind of dig in these groups. Where can I watch her life? How far does this group go? Should we scroll down and see what's going on? I saw somebody talking the other day saying I got part of the records, and she was saying I don't know where all the records are. And I was sitting there thinking in the back of my mind going, you guys, Fancy. It's a no duh where the records are. I think Fancy took them off the pay. Everybody got mad at Fancy. But here's what happened, because I was watching that episode. Fancy was deciding how to show the crime scene videos, and all the 240 pages, there's like, I don't know, 240 pages or more or something of the medical records. That's a lot to share. So Fancy said, look, here's what I'm going to do. I will put it for only $1. Because the crime scene photos, there are some pretty bad ones. I've seen them, okay? They are bad. I mean, graphic. Hey, Sarah. Gypsy could never be an influencer, which, let's get behind her. I know she's like sitting there on YouTube going, if you could team up with anybody, who would it be? And she's like, that was the first question. She's like, I want to be a beauty influencer, and I want this person and this person. She acts like she's going to say her name, Gypsy Rose, and then she's going to say who she wants to team up with, and next thing she knows, there's going to be a package at her doorstep. Because she said, she's like, I hate the F word, I'm not famous. But then she goes and says her name and the brand she wants to work with, and she expects him. I know Fancy was the first to reveal them. Now, I didn't know she hiked up the price past $1. Might be losing deals, don't know. I didn't know that. I thought it was behind a paywall for only $1. Because Fancy's like, well, $1's not a big deal. And $1 at least, you know, does reimburse us for some of the work we've done. Plus, how can you hand out... Hundreds of people want to see these crime scene photos. They want to see the paperwork. They want to see... Because Fancy's got a lot of the police paperwork. I mean, Fancy's got a lot of stuff. She's got, I mean, pages and pages and pages. And so I thought she put it behind a paywall for like only $1. Like $1. She was like, here, for $1. That's all we're asking. And you have access to it all. Because you can't pass around and show people... Even, what's her name? You saw her today talk about, I lost my channel for showing graphic crime scene photos. So that's why Fancy put him behind a paywall. Because if you put him behind the paywall, you can't get shut down. Because some of them, I did see one that was very graphic. They literally lifted up Dee Dee's shirt and took a picture of her back. And so literally you saw... every jab wound on her back. And so that's something you just can't reveal on a stream. You can't. It's too graphic. I'll tell you though, there was a interesting lack of red stuff for the amount of jabs that was there. Did Gypsy literally bathe her mom's body? She says she didn't go in there, but the Barney doll was there, And her mom really does look too clean. Like Gypsy gave her a sponge bath. Oh, wow. Was Dee really unalive the same day as her mom? That's so weird because the texts say the 10th and Google says the 9th. I know. I didn't believe it at first. And then I Googled it and it did say the 9th, but then I Googled it again and then it said the 10th. It's like everything changed. Dee as a child with her mother, pictures from the documentary Gypsy's Revenge. I'm going back before Gypsy got out of prison. I want to say what people said. We're almost there. We're at January 13th. We're almost there. I'm going deep into these Facebooks. I want to see what was said before Gypsy got out. But I understood why Fancy put it behind the paywall for only $1. I didn't know she raised it to like $30. Like, Fancy was like, it's $1, you guys. And then you get to view everything I have. Because you can't put 240 papers, medical records online either. How do you put 240 pages online? Like, Fancy's like, I can put files on, what is that called? I can't remember what it's called. But, it's not PayPal, it's something like, let's see, January 10th. Okay, we're almost there. We're going back before, I want to go back before Gypsy got out of jail. I want to see what people were saying before she got out of prison. I want to see, we're getting there. We're in early January. I'm scrolling way back. Well, like with Lifetime, they lost the deal for the 3rd season. I don't know what network's picking up season 3, but for some reason, what did Gypsy do to get Lifetime to drop her? I don't know if season 3 was filmed and they just sold it, or they were going to do season 3 and they sold the rights to somebody else. So, I don't know exactly what happened with season 3, if it got fully filmed, partially filmed, if it was going to be filmed but they just sold the rights, or did they sell some of the film? Like, what happened? People got tattoos of Gypsy? Absolutely Fire asked for Gypsy and got Gypsy. What I asked for versus what I got. It looks accurate. I don't see anything inaccurate about that. That looks good. You asked for Gypsy. You got Gypsy. So this is January 6th. We're getting there. We're getting to before she got out. I want to see what people were saying before she got out. I know what everybody's saying since she got out, but it's like, what were they saying before she got out? It's like, what's the tea before Gypsy got out of prison? Where's that tea? Let's see, where are we at? We're at January 2nd. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting there. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's Gypsy in the... It's so funny how she keeps getting on Every time I see these pictures of her in the mirror, I keep thinking of her talking in the mirror about her haters. The worst thing you can do is not answer them back. Well, Gypsy, you keep answering them back. Stop it. Why does she, like, even in her Q&A, she's like, what makes you happy? Don't answer your haters. I don't talk to my haters. I don't need their comments. Yeah, you do, Gypsy. Yes, you do. Quit saying you don't. Quit it. Gypsy could and should sue every doctor that... See, these people, they believe the regular... I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to say this. Speaking from experience in my 20 years working around individuals who are serving life sentences and were released, many are successful and do not take their freedom for granted. They work harder and are more respectful. You shouldn't judge this young lady. Give her a chance. It's bad enough that she's going to be in the limelight. Every reporter and or news channel will be hounding her for an interview. Let this young... He's given her a lot of grace there. Most people don't take their freedom for granted, and they're serious. When they tell the parole board they're gonna do something, they're gonna do it. I mean, does Gypsy just walk into her counselor and go, this is required for me to stay here with you, but I'm not gonna let you tell me to do anything, because you're gonna be like my mom if you control me. Did she call the counselor her mom? Be like, you're controlling me. Okay, this is the 23rd. This is before she got out. With the release of Gypsy Rose this month, I will be hosting a live stream of the case on YouTube. I realize that most members here have a strong opinion either for or against Gypsy. I'm hoping some of you might chime in here in the comments with info statements that I might include in the live stream. I find this case so interesting. I'll be reacting to a case detailed video I made a while back and covering some of the interrogations. Any suggestions would be great. Why is everybody's name Rose? Gosh darn it, you guys. Everybody associated with this case is named Rose. Gypsy isn't any regular lifer. All she did, she's not taking it. She's just saying my freedom is the most important thing to me. I'm not going back. And so she's like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Quit snitching on me because I'm not going back. And she's just like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I look good in blue. Couple more weeks. I suggest you change her profile picture, which is probably why people think she's a manipulating con artist. She's beautiful and needs your prayers that she does well when she's released, not criticism. I wonder what they think now. No, I think she is, from reports of her manipulating others in prison to do things for her. It's a learned behavior. But MO Department of Corrections does nothing to actually help with mental health. She's beautiful. I'm sorry, I know she has a lot of supporters in this group, and that's fine. But I honestly think she's a manipulator like her mom. And she does what she did to that guy. A lot of people get abused. I was abused, but you don't see me schmurdering the person that did it. That's how most people feel. Gypsy absolutely deserves to be in prison for the duration of Nicholas's sentence. Gypsy used Nicholas. She paid him with schmecks and pretended to like VE him. Gypsy supplied Nicholas with the Schmurder's weapon. She supplied Nicholas with the details of the layout of the house and the best time to come and do what she wanted him to do. Then she lied about her role in the Schmurder. She lied about Nicholas. She learned how to manipulate people to get to feel sorry for her. So since Gypsy is getting a parole in December, what does everybody think she's going to do? Do you think she's going to make social media accounts and speak out to the public personally, or stay quiet about her life? Wow, Taylor Michelle, you must be surprised. Let's talk to Taylor. No, I'm just kidding. Should we message some of these people and go, what do you think about Gypsy now? I just read your comment from way back in October. How do you feel about Gypsy now? Let us know. I'm like, I should start personally messaging all these people. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is being granted parole. So she got granted parole back in September. A lot of people say she could have just walked away. To these people, I ask, have you yourself ever been in an abusive relationship? I have. As someone who has, I can tell you this. It's not as easy as people think to walk away. Gypsy said many times she loves her mom. She also knew if she left, her mom would come and get her. Hey, I got a question for you guys. Something I've been thinking about for the last couple days, by the way. They Bought the Lie. The fictional film was, yeah. I mean, the act was a really good film. I got a question to pose to you guys. So Gypsy says she tried to run away once with Dan, right? So she leaves in the middle of the night. Well, she says there's like 3 different stories on how her mom found her. She dropped her mom's cell phone. She dropped her cell phone. Blah, blah, blah. Her mom found out from a friend. Whatever. Add water. And so, she was at Dan's house for about 4 hours. When Dee Dee arrived, she was asleep next to Dan. Don't know if they or not, but she was asleep next to Dan. The roommate woke him up and said, hey, her mom is here. And here's the details they'll give us. Here's the details. Gypsy goes into the front room and meets with Dee Dee, and Dee Dee says, where's my money? And Gypsy hands over the money. And she says, where's my pills? And Gypsy hands over the pills. Then her and her mom scream at each other. And they yell. But there's no details on what was said or anything. Gypsy ultimately ends up leaving with Dee Dee. Now, do you think that Dee Dee cared if she came home or not? And just cared about the money and the pills and came to get the money and the pills? Because she was like, damn it, Gypsy robbed me. And she came to get that? And she didn't give a crap if Gypsy came home with her or not? Or do you think she literally came there to get Gypsy the money and the pills? All 3 or just 2 out of 3? Because I've been wondering, wait a second, maybe Dee Dee only showed up to get the money back and the pills back. Because once they give us that details, then it gets vague. The details get vague. There's a screaming match. We don't know what over. Is it over the money? Is it over the pills? Is it over why she left? Is she demanding that she gets to keep the money? Why can't she have the money? What is the fight over? And ultimately, once the mom gets the money and the pills back, does she just decide to go home of her own accord? And she's like, fine, I got caught, I'm going home. Because she got caught with the money, she got caught with the pills. So was she going to stay with Dan and lose that money and lose the pills? Or is she just going to go back with her mom because her mom got the money and the pills? What do you guys think? Why do some people believe that Gypsy is a sociopath? I just don't see it at all. This is what she looks like now. She's beautiful and needs as many prayers as she can get, that she does well when she's released. She is extremely manipulative. She has ran the narrative the entire time since the schmurder. She manipulated the entire situation from planning the schmurder to the story given to the police, her sentence to her early release to making sure she still runs. It's possible, but I wondered if that conversation happened after she threw her out before Nick arrived. Yeah, because I think Gypsy was saying Dee Dee's last words were, please don't hurt me, and I'm not dead yet. Did they get in a fight and she's like, get out, don't hurt me? Because she knows that Gypsy's robbed her a couple times now. She robbed her that one time and blamed it on the other girl. She robbed her and left with Dan. So by this time, Dee Dee knows her daughter will rob her. And maybe Gypsy is violent towards Dee Dee. And she is getting scared. Is that why she kicked Gypsy out 2 days before Nick got there? Because she's getting scared. Because it's like, okay, how many times has Gypsy robbed her mom in the past all the way up to this point? By the 9th, around the day of this murder, Dee Dee's getting scared. She's losing her daughter. She knows her daughter's violent. She knows her daughter is going to steal from her. Is she like, just get out? Is she like, just get out? Because Dee Dee was like, I'm scared of my daughter. And my daughter will rob me. And my daughter has robbed me. And I got to keep a lock on my pills and my money. Because why was that money in a safe and not in a bank account? I don't know. This is so weird, too. Gypsy Rose, a historical fiction. Oh, there's a book on her, huh? On Goodreads. By Marie Garcia. Interesting. It's got a 2.5-star rating, though. Okay, I'm all for Gypsy. She deserves less years. And yes, she was a victim for several years. Her mom had the entire wrong for all the... Okay. With husband Ryan Andrew Scott, they got married on June 27th, 2022. Oh, she's with her husband. Look how happy they are. See, Fancy said something about the shed. Well, Fancy said the shed was wet and it looked like it got washed. It did rain that night. She thought there was a crime scene. Because, yeah, I know this story very well. Fancy was wondering if... Because Gypsy did text Nick and say, I'm gonna sleep with... I'm getting teased here, baby. And is it okay if I, And she did tell the interrogation guy that her boyfriend that her mom didn't like was supposed to meet her on the porch on the 9th. And she swears that her mom was unalived on the 9th. She tells the interrogator twice, yes, I'm sure it was the 9th, okay? Twice. And then, Fancy thinks that she was in the shed with Dan, and Dee Dee came in there and was like, you're married, you're a druggie, you're with my daughter, I'm gonna call the cops, and Dee Dee and Dan flipped out. That's why there's the tire track, because I think the tire tracks are there. My personal thought is when Dan grabbed Gypsy by the neck and threw her and said, you clean up this mess and you clean it up now. Like she told the investigators, she said she got choked, thrown against the wall. I don't see Nick doing that, okay? But Dan is big and strong. I see Dan doing that. Now, when Gypsy cleaned up, where did all that go? I think Dan backed up to the house, threw everything in his car, because he's not going to carry garbage bags out to the street to his car. So I think he pulled the car up as close as he could, or truck, threw everything in the back, that had his fingerprints on it, that had any indication he was there, except for he left the cigarette butts in his hat for some reason, and sped off and left Gypsy all alone, crying and struggling, and Nick couldn't get a hold of her, and then all of a sudden she's back and Nick can get a hold of her. Because I think Dan backed up to the house, grabbed all that shit, and just sped off like a madman and was like, I'm done with you, Gypsy, I'm done. Because he probably freaked out at what they did. The question is, who struck Dee? Is that when her nose... Yeah, because and the hand that's sticking out from her head like this is all bruised up. There's so many bruises. You can see so many bruises on her hand. So that hand that was right there, that hand always bothered me, seeing that hand, because it's all bruised up. How did the hand get bruised up? If she never got off the bed. Because according to Nick, he just jumped on her and did it and it was done. She didn't fight back. Nothing. So how did the hand get bruised? How did the nose get busted? There is good indication that something went down on the 9th between Dan, Gypsy, and Dee Dee. Because that hand, look at it, on the inside is bruised. There's like bruise marks on the hand. I don't know if I can show that on stream. But, I mean, on the hand, there are bruise marks indicating there was a struggle. Like, she must have grabbed Gypsy or something and bruised the inside of her hand, or, you know, they made contact somehow and she bruised her mom up, because her mom was bruised up. This is why whenever you talk about the autopsy report, whenever you say anything about the autopsy, they get upset. You cannot say anything. On my last stream, that's why they tried to ding me, because I talked about the autopsy report. The little time frame, the 3-minute time frame they stamped, was me talking about the autopsy. And they're hiding that autopsy report. Supposedly Gypsy told her mom she loved her and she said, I'm not dead yet. Why is that an answer to I love you, Mom? See, I think the Barney was on the head, because Barney sings, I love you, you love me, we're a happy family. I think that was Gypsy's goodbye to her mom of, we were once a happy family, but now it's ended this way and we're broke up. But it was like a memorial to her mom, saying, you know, I do love you and you do love me and we were a happy family. I think that's why Barney was there, in my opinion, because of the song. Nobody knows why Barney was there, but in my opinion, it's because the Barney song. I think it was a way to memorialize Dee Dee and sickly say, yeah, we were a happy family, but, you know, goodbye. Yeah, it's kind of like a mocking goodbye of, well, we were a happy family, but it ended this way. But she had some kind of compassion or something for her mom still. I mean, I think part of her, her mom was her best friend and she did enjoy hanging out with her mom, but there was that part that did conflict with Dee Dee. And so Gypsy, she did what she thought she had to do. She couldn't ever just move away from her mom. she had to do it this way. It had to end this way. Gypsy just was so adamant. Gypsy said a real man would have, done this or done that. Well, Nick was a real man, Gypsy. He said, just run away with me. He said, let's go, let's do it, let's get out of here. Come on. And Gypsy said, no, Nick, this is the only way. This is it. You want me, you get in there and you do it. And so Nick said, fine, the bee is dead. Because that's the only way I'm getting you. And he went in there and he did it. If he says he only did 4 jab wounds, I really think that Dee Dee was either on her way out and Nick finished it, or she was out. Let's see. Too beautiful. Mom makes her ugly, but faking her cancer to avoid boys. Watching Gypsy's Revenge on Philo. I've seen several documentaries on this, but this is the first time I realized Dee Dee's mom did same to her on a lower scale. What impact could that have had on her actions? Hopefully Gypsy will get treatment so she does not carry that legacy to the next generation. Gypsy, if you're pregnant with a girl, your clock is ticking. You got 20 years. Trial reaction, the act. So this is 2022, this is when the act came out. So people are commenting on the act. Hello, I'm from Brazil. Very curious to know if anyone can visit her. Do you have a series telling her life, the act, if I'm not mistaken? I wanted to know if her neighbors went to see her or something. I think some of her neighbors wrote her off. Was like, Oh, her and Ryan and their marriage license. July 29th, 2022. 2 days after her birthday. Gypsy Rose Blanchard gets married in prison. She's like, look at the man I'm gonna use next. Isn't it wonderful? My next victim. I found the actual Facebook she had when they unalived her mama. He is dead. Yeah, it's still up there, all of that. Except for the final post. The act finale changed this detail from Gypsy's real life for dramatic effect. Picture of Gypsy in her wheelchair holding my son before he passed away in '02. She was so sweet. Tasha Newton. Ooh, we can message. Should we message Tasha Newton and see if she's got any tea? I don't know if I dare message anybody. A new box of meat tissue to throw away. Okay, there was no answer to this question. How do you contact Gypsy? Wow, some people can't spell. People who think Gypsy isn't a victim, why do you think that? She was a victim and she is a victimizer. She talked Nicholas into offing her mother and she made all the arrangements and provided the tools. Being abused does not give you carte blanche to kill someone. Well, it doesn't matter how victimized Gypsy was. I mean, she is right. You don't have a right to become a perpetrator. I think that Gypsy should have gotten out a long time ago and to be put in therapy. We think Nick should get out and be put in therapy. Does anyone know how to get in contact with Gypsy? Google is your friend. Yeah, just Google her prison. Wow, isn't the act powerful? I wonder how accurate it is. Has Gypsy seen it? Gypsy won't watch it. She doesn't know how to she won't watch it because she doesn't want people to ask her questions because she can't answer what's true and what's not true. She can't. So therefore she's not going to watch it because she can't answer the questions. Nick probably does have feelings for Gypsy. She is leaving 23 of August 2025, babe. Unless she gets out on parole. Have you seen the show The Act? If so, have you liked it or not? For those who didn't watch it yet, I recommend. It's about Gypsy's case. Of course. It kind of made me mad. Those neighbors would have put her up and got her out of the situation had she said something. Plenty of people wouldn't. Yes, I have watched The Act. I enjoyed it. I found it interesting. I'm rewatching at the moment. Although it is Gypsy's story, it is obviously dramatized for TV. But if you go on Mojo, they give you a rundown of what's the actual factual from the show. It was Gypsy's idea to unalive her mother. Put otherwise, Nick was the one who unalived and offed other things as well. But I do think they do deserve consciences? Consciences? Wow, people talk really weird. Some of these are from around the world. They might not know English well. I don't know who is guilty. Gypsy, Nick, who knows? It was just a bad situation. This is my thoughts. I feel sorry for Gypsy, and she didn't deserve time. Her mom did. Not saying her actions were wrong. She was the victim. Let her live her life. I feel really sorry for her. I've seen those. 7 creepy true stories animated. Then, now. The Untold Truth of Gypsy Rose. The 27-year-old who thought she was 14. No, when she was 27, she was in prison. Wow, they totally hey girl, I'm going to bed. Okay. To catch you. Yeah, tomorrow I think we're gonna go over Kate's interview. Tomorrow. You have a good night, 13th hour. Tomorrow we're gonna go over Kate's interview. I should get off soon though. It's way past my dinner time. Yeah. But tomorrow we want to go over Kate's interview. We want to dive into that more. Today we've just kind of bounced around a little bit. Professed his love for her after something. Love for her after finding out she got engaged. Admitted he was also... Did he get life? 3rd time purple. I agree, he doesn't belong in jail. Anyone who hurts a child deserves the... Well, I mean, but he was different. He might have been actually abused. I'll have to go soon too. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I gotta go anyways too. I mean, I should have left a couple hours ago for dinner. We try and eat dinner at 6 o'clock every night. And it's way past 6. Yeah. I'm surprised my husband hasn't come in and been like, Rose. Alright, let me just dig a tiny bit more down and we'll go. We'll have to, because I wanted to dig as far as we could get. I wanted to see what people said before she got out, seeing if there was any hint to something good. But right now they're talking about the act mostly, but yeah. The act came out and... Wait, hold on. Wait, what is this? I was a part of the Gypsy Rose supporters group, but unfortunately the admin shut it down. My best friend has brought up meeting Gypsy and Dee Dee multiple times, but I never knew the entire story. They have sent this older screenshot of their mother talking about meeting Gypsy and Dee Dee. I thought you guys... Okay, remember that time I met Gypsy Rose and aka Dee Dee Blanchard and took the thing at Magic Kingdom because of their... But I had no clue it was a lie, and then Gypsy and boyfriend... okay, I want to thank everyone for the birthday. I felt special all day. Second, I want to ask you to say a prayer for a second. Happy thought. I thank you, your soul, for the blessings. Gypsy Rose and her mom. Okay, what? That's nothing juicy. I was hoping it was juicy. That wasn't anything juicy. They just met her at the Magic Kingdom, I guess. I mean, Gypsy... I hear if you met Gypsy back then when she was in her wheelchair, she was hugely convincing. Like, she was so good. She's so good at lying that nobody... No, this is why nobody knew. I mean, how do you keep your legs so still in front of people 24/7? Well, not 24/7, but I mean, Gypsy literally just sat that still? No twitching of your leg, no nothing? My thumbs up a while ago when I... Like, how do you just sit like that? Proxy, mom pleads guilty to... See, most children don't survive. And rarely do the mothers get punished, but that one did. Which one do you think is the closest to the Gypsy story? Okay. Oh, I am hungry. Hey, one more. I gotta figure out dinner tonight. What do I want for dinner? Okay, let's see. Gypsy had never... Oh, I saw this Bailey Sarian one. But, I mean, Bailey Sarian told the basic story, though. I mean, I don't think she thought Gypsy was faking it at all. Like, Bailey did a good job, but, I mean, she went with the typical story, unfortunately. Like, she didn't stray. Wait, let's see. Full 12-hour Gypsy Rose Blanchard police interrogation footage extended. Do you think I should message some of these people? What do you think they would think if I message them? I wonder if Dee Dee said she could move her legs, but they were weak. Yeah, because, I mean, I can't imagine literally sitting there and you can't even twitch your leg in front of somebody. You can't itch your leg, you can't twitch your leg, because remember, if you're paralyzed, you don't itch, you don't twitch, you don't do nothing. Like, literally nothing. Your leg can't feel uncomfortable, anything. Like, it's insane. Oh, Munchausen by proxy or killer? I don't know. I have to maybe watch the Bailey one again, but I think she ran with the typical story. Happy birthday, Gypsy! Okay. Because there's that one chick, Tasha Newton, she'd be interesting to talk to. She knew Gypsy for real. I'm like, I wonder if they'd be mad if I messaged them and been like, hi, I just want to ask you questions about Gypsy. If you really knew her. Okay. Yeah, right now everything's about the act. The act came out and people are going wild over it. I'm like, come on, where's the juicy gossip about the case? I'll stick to my opinion. Yes, I do think she deserves to be in prison. So do I. They both played an amazing game. Both enjoyed the attention and the benefits of a good life. Guilty. Did Gypsy know that Nick had mental issues? Did she know about autism? I would think that she didn't know because she was so ignorant. Okay. After watching the series that came out, I felt horrible for Nick. Dun 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 dun. Unless you're doxing someone. Don't dox anybody. This just pisses me off when they say we can't condone it and we don't give a free pass. Yes, you can. You just don't want to because you want power. Gypsy did not use Nick. Nick manipulated her. They just don't want to look at the text of Nick threatening to tie Gypsy up. And Gypsy should get 0 time in prison. Just out of curiosity, what makes you say that Nick was the one who orchestrated the whole ordeal? Also, the video just like stopped 10 seconds in audio is fine though. Wow. Some people do believe that Nick was the manipulator though. Yeah, see, I get it. She had mental abuse from her mom, but if you can sneak to have a boyfriend, you can sure escape that life. No excuse for schmurder. Now she's living large with people's money in jail. We all have a story and a past, but we're not locked up for schmurder. Some of us have seen people unalived, raped, lost loved ones from schmurder, lost loved ones to bad choices, but we don't go around unaliving or planning or carrying out schmurders. Many women live life in abuse. Yep. Plenty of women get away from their abusive husbands. They don't have to unalive them. Gypsy rose after her mom went to sleep. Who is she and what did she do? Please feel free. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe I'll have to scroll on this later. My back is hurting and I need to give it a rest. I've been in this chair for a while. What is this real quick? Drama, drama, drama. This whole thing is twisted. It's over. The woman was, and literally nobody cared until this Hulu series came out. Nobody in this situation should be deserving of a platform at all. Lots of others should be canceled. It's starting to get old. Like at first, I understood the hype. That's why I created the group for Nick. Mostly because there was no group pertaining to him, but 1 million for Gypsy, which was ridiculous. So I pretty much created the first one for him. But now it just added drama. Where Chris Morrison on the by proxy group. They seem like... Oh, so that's Christina. The one that passed away that worked with Fancy. Alright, so there are some serious misconceptions running around Well, I need to clear up. We have never claimed that Nick is not autistic. We only said that he is not slow, manipulated person that he tries to present himself. Oh, this is when Fancy believed that Nick was dangerous. By proxy, nah. When you first came to the group, we were talking at all times. You took the 24/7 thing away too literal. And not 3 weeks maybe, but hey, we weren't even talking to Nick that long. And you fell deeply in love with him. Also, Nick trusted you, and just because you had a falling out, you blow his personal up and switch sides. Literally, when you were saying how much you hated by proxy and how much you hated Fancy, if that's not twisted, then I don't know what is. I never said I was a reliable source, but seems to me you think you are. So somebody pissed off Christina from by proxy. Somebody upset her. What is this? Hey, my love, I deserve being yelled at. Okay, those are the Nick emails. Fancy's read those Nick emails. Those are the Nick emails. See, I'm trying to dig down deep and find the good juicy stuff. Where's the juicy stuff? If I find it later, I'll screenshot it for you guys. Because I'll keep going through these Facebook groups, and if I find it, I'll screenshot it for you guys and see if we can dig down deep and find the juicy stuff. Oh, this group started in 2019. We're at the end. This is it. This is the end. Will my child with 1Q2 1.1 microdeletion have similarly affected children? May well want to have microdeletion may well want to have children. We have not known about the condition for long enough to be certain if it affects fertility, but it is likely that fertility will be normal. In each pregnancy, someone with the deletion has a 50% risk of passing it on and a 50% chance of having a child without the deletion. Their ability to look after a child is very likely to be closely related to their own learn. So Gypsy's got a 50-50 chance, flip of a coin basically, if her baby's gonna be affected. So 50-50. Maybe I'll just get the juicy stuff by going through the pictures. I don't know. What is this stuff? The Good Wives Network. I believe that there are very good reasons that it's not in the DSM-5 as an actual mental illness listing as such would give the abusers a way out. In my opinion, and of several others experts on MBP, this is something else even by standards. But beyond that, it's child abuse anyway. Shake it. Is it what everyone thinks? No. Gypsy was groomed. Hell, so was Dee Dee. And from what I know, this goes back generations in this family. It didn't start with Dee Dee and Gypsy, and it doesn't end with them either. But when Gypsy crossed the line from victim to perpetrator was when she started manipulating a very disturbed, very sheltered, autistic guy on the internet to take her mom's life. She used every, and I mean every skill and tactic her mama taught her. At this point, after reading all the medical records that Gypsy herself signed for us to have, I can't be certain of what was or wasn't performed and what was or wasn't just billed. Colleen, a nurse practitioner and nurse school teacher, detailed, yeah, so there's some stuff from the I'm gonna have to go through all this. This was where Gypsy started threatening me in any way she could. She threatened my career. She called and threatened my life. Christy tried to get a known scammer to come after us. I'm not the first person Christy has done this to. It's all over the groups from way before me. She pits people against each other to distract when they start questioning her. In fact, that's exactly how I met her. We were stalked and harassed and cyberbullied every day, all while Christy is still working with us and messaging my daughter, who was in surgery, about how concerned she was for her and telling me she loved me and that Dr. Oz wanted to have me on with her and we would each get $5,000 for it like she did when she first appeared, but hadn't said she weren't paid ever. It took 2 years to get her to admit into writing that she was behind all of that. She lied to this woman and told them I cheated on my husband and contracted an STD, knowing it wasn't that. Facebook groups were open to talk about my moldy cookies and harass my husband. This was Christy doing this, all while begging me to make this stalker stop harassing her. The fight is on. Just kidding. Ha! Just wondering how this show was doing. See, Gypsy, okay. Wow, I find this so interesting. She is saying in interviews she and her stepmother are searching for an attorney to take her case, but none will. My gut told me there is something off here. I would love to hear more. Gypsy and her family purposely let the statute of limitations run out because they knew there was no case and only person. Amy Robertson Fair. I wonder if I should contact her. Amy Robin Son Fair. I haven't seen that, but yikes, she is very manipulative, but she isn't smart. That kind of lie doesn't make any sense. I can only imagine the amount of attorneys who would kill to represent her in a case like that and would do it pro bono just for publicity. The statute of limitations has run out. No one should know that better than Gypsy and her family. They are grifters. So, I wonder if I should... I closed it all. Oh, well. Oh, I'm going to have to go back on that group later. I'm wondering if I should contact some of these people and talk to them. Maybe I will. So I'll try and get the tea. Maybe we'll come back later with some tea if these people talk to me. The only problem is Facebook won't let me change my name, so I got to do this under my real name. And that kind of pisses me off because I don't want to do this under my real name. Well, I might not have to. I do have a Talk with Rose Facebook. Maybe I can use that to talk to them. Maybe I'll see if I can message him from my Talk with Rose Facebook and he'll just say Talk with Rose instead of my real name. Because I'm trying not to dox myself. And Ryan wanted to know if people would watch a show about him. I think if he wrote a tell-all book, everybody would die to read it. She's dressing in white and running around. I think she's dressing in white because for some odd reason, that's what Christy and Rod do. They dress in white and cream, and so does Mia. I haven't ever seen Dylan, so I don't know if Dylan does. But she's trying to fit in with her family by wearing white and cream. They wear white and cream all the time. Rod is either in a white shirt, a cream shirt, or I think maybe a gray shirt, but Santeria colors? Really? I've heard of Santeria. Have you guys, okay, so there's this YouTube, these guys talk about Santeria a little bit, I think. So there's this podcast called Mile Higher. It's a husband and a wife. And the husband has his own show called Lights Out. He talked about Santeria a little bit. There's Lights Out. He does it with his brother. Him and his brother do Lights Out. His wife is Kendall Ray. She has her own podcast. So there's Kendall Ray, there's Lights Out, and then there's Mile Higher. He might make money from his, but he's another grifter. Who's another grifter? What? Oh. But they were talking about Santeria the other day. They do a lot of Ouija board talk. They do a lot of ghost talk, Ouija board talk. That's why it's called Lights Out. It's a scary kind of podcast. They talk about weird, scary crap. But they were talking about Santeria the other night. They were saying that Santeria isn't totally bad. It depends on how you use it. Let's see. Southern Louisiana. How do you spell Louisiana? Santeria. Let's see. What is the difference between voodoo, hoodoo? Okay. Okay, True Detective. Louisiana is more than just a setting. Louisiana have come to occupy such a broad swath of American. I'm wondering if I can see where Santeria is in the south of Louisiana. Santeria at Louisiana Music Archive. This is Santeria, Kick Out of the Jam, Southern Inflicted Rock and Roll Band. No, that's not it. Let's see. Money for his book. Please no. Okay. Well, Ryan, yeah, I think he figured out now that he saw Gypsy make money. He's seeing Gypsy and Ken make money, and he's realized I can turn it on, and I immediately have 6,000 people watching me. Money, 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 money. He's a teacher. He has a teacher's aide. He's not even a teacher. He's a teacher's aide. He's got a low salary. He's suspicious too. More and more I'm coming to believe it's all scripted. Well, I'm wondering if Ryan knew he was being used. I'm wondering if Ryan knew he was being used. Do you think Ryan knew he's being used? Because I've thought about that. It's like, does Ryan know he's being used? Did he agree to the show, agree to let Gypsy live with him, but he knew this is how it was going to end? But he's got his own platform now. He was getting into... Well, how many times in prison did she try and annul that marriage? Okay? I've mentioned a few times. I've gone over the timeline of Ken, Ryan, Gypsy, Ken, Ryan, Gypsy, Ken, Ryan, Gypsy. You know? Because ever since Gypsy met Ryan, it's been 3 people in that relationship. It's never been 2. It's always been 3. Maybe he was doing it for the wild smecks for a little while. Maybe he was like, well, he's like, I know I'm being used, but maybe he's a... Because the comments he made that got him fired, Gypsy didn't get him fired. His comments got him fired. Because he is a dirty guy. His comments got him fired. He told a little girl he could screw her mama if he wanted to. Yeah, he thinks he's the man. He's secretly dating. He is. He's secretly dating right now, and he's not talking about it because he wants everybody to feel sorry for him about Gypsy. And he's purposely going, I think he's keeping Pixie for the clout. Well, Ryan happened to live in Louisiana. Like I said, I think Ryan manipulated her when he sent that pink letter that says, from Louisiana. He's a guy. Why don't you just send a regular white envelope? Why did he send a pink letter that said, hi from Louisiana? Here's a sweet guy. I think Ryan knew he was going after Gypsy, and he manipulated Gypsy to choose him. And, because, yeah, what guy sends a pink envelope? Fame is addictive. And he wanted it, and he got it. Because, like I said, I think he's keeping Pixie for clout. Because everybody constantly wants to see Pixie. He's keeping her for clout. And he's secretly dating somebody right now. He said in his live the other day he's not going to tell anybody who he's going to the movies with, and don't ask about it. And I know Ken is definitely in it for the fame and money. Ken is not into Gypsy. He wants to have a little bit of fun. He wants to get fame, and because here's the thing. Most 90% or more restaurants fail in their first year. People don't just open up restaurants and boom, succeed. The failure rate is high. Except for if you're Ken and you're dating Gypsy, your restaurant is going to be top tier and you could probably charge high prices. He'll leave Gypsy as soon as that baby's born. It turns out it's Ryan. He's going to get his money, his restaurant, and go. Don't tell them the delusion bubble will burst. Yeah, they all say, I don't want to be famous. Of course you say that. Just like any streamer says, I stream for the fun of it. I don't want to earn money doing this. Seriously? We do stream, and most of us don't earn money, but we wish we did. No matter how much you say, I stream for the fun of it. I don't get paid, but that's okay. I do it for the truth. I do it for the fun. You do it for the truth. You do it for the fun, but you secretly wish you were getting paid. You do. Nobody does anything for free. Everybody secretly wishes one day they're going to start getting paid. You can't lie about that. No streamer just, or no, and so it's just like them saying they don't want to be famous. They do want to be famous. They can't hide that. You can say all you want, I don't want to be you want to be famous, or you wouldn't be turning on that camera. If you didn't want to be famous, you wouldn't have social media. You would shut it all down. Ryan is keeping Pixie because dogs are, well, they are good therapy. He is hurting. And people are feeling sorry for the both of them. Like when Gypsy did that Q&A, I can't believe she did the question that says, do you have a pet? Because I bet everybody wanted to smack the shit out of Gypsy the second she asked that question. Ryan is hurting as much as, well, like I said, he is dating somebody secretly. He's not hurting as much as he says. He's out there, he is dating, and he's hiding it. I did see one of Ryan's lives where he did admit he was dating. Legendary Sherpa. Oh. Yeah, Ryan, he now has fame. He knows it. That's why he turns it on. He loves to show off his jersey collection. He's like, I'm the guy with the famous jersey collection that dated Gypsy. That's me. The guy with the jersey collection that's Gypsy's ex. But yes, he's out there secretly dating somebody, and he's hiding it from the world, he's hiding it from Gypsy, he's hiding it from everybody, so that when he turns on that camera, you will feel sorry for him. Poor Ryan. He's so alone. But when you sit there and tell your audience, yeah, I'm going to the movies, but I'm not telling you with who, that's kind of rude. To sit there and tell your audience it's none of your business. Well then, Ryan, don't come on a live and tell us you're going to a movie. And if we ask you if you're going on a date, why did you even mention it? If you're going to tell us it's none of our business. You're the one who got on the live. You're the one who said you're going out. You're the one who said you're going to the movies. We have a right to ask with who. Famous people just don't get it. When you're famous, you owe your fans. If you're gonna sit there and bring it up, like the only time like you need to respect famous people is like, I hate when people ask Robert Downey Jr. about his drug past, because he wants to just leave that in the past. He overcame a lot. And I understand why Robert Downey Jr. won't do an interview anymore if you're going to ask about his drug past. He's just going to walk away. The second you say anything about his drug past, interview over. I think Robert Downey Jr., he's owed that. Anybody who has done what he's done, overcame it, and made extreme strides in life, don't bring up their horrible past. Have you ever been and cheated on by your spouse? That is the betrayal that's hard to... Well, my first husband, we were having a party one night, and somebody came and grabbed me and said, Rose, there's this girl at this party, and she only comes to party to sleep with men. And she doesn't care if they're single, dating, or married. She's with your husband. They said, you need to go pull him away now, because they're like, I think she's going to take him. And so I had to go yank my husband away from this girl. And after that, I kept getting this strange feeling from him that I wondered if he got her name and her number and started seeing her after the party. I don't know if my feelings were right or not, but some kind of tension came between me and my husband, and I felt like he was drifting away from me, and some of the things he said to me made me worry that he was... I never got confirmation that he was cheating on me, but the some of the things he said to me and the way I felt made me think that he was. But like I said, I never got the confirmation. He did go to some parties without me because I was done with our party life. And I worried about what he was doing at those parties, because girls like that do show up. I don't know. I mean, I was at work one day and the girls told me, Rose, if you have that feeling, something is going on. They said a wife always knows. They said a wife always knows. They just do. Like a wife can feel it as soon as a husband starts cheating and gets distant. So it just makes me wonder. I don't know. I ended up just leaving that relationship behind. I kind of pulled a Gypsy thing. I left him and a week later started dating my current husband. And, but I moved out, and I don't consider myself exactly the same as Gypsy, because I told my husband, we're done, I'm getting a divorce. I drew up the divorce papers, I handed them to him, I moved out of the house, and then I started dating my husband a week later. My current husband, I started dating him a week later. And I didn't do it because I had feelings for the other guy or I was so in love with the other guy. I did it for religious reasons. I wanted to raise my sons in a religious family. I had a hole in my heart. I was raised religious. He wasn't. He was fine with no religion. I couldn't live without a religion. One day I tried to talk to him about religion, and I was walking into the kitchen. Next thing I know, my Bible goes flying past my head. He almost hit me with my own Bible. It just went flying right past my head. And that's when I decided, when that Bible went flying past my head, I decided I can't do this. I can't do this. I cannot. Because his grandparents are religious, and they wanted me to bring him back to the church. They wanted me to bring him back. But when that Bible went flying past my head, I realized I couldn't do this. I have not, because I'm very intuitive, and I know when someone is lying. Gaslight. Yeah, he's known about Ken forever. And the show is scripted. Well, I was wondering, because we were trying to decide this early on, I remember, in Morbid's chat. And everybody saying, no, it's not scripted. Because I remember trying to have this conversation, is this show scripted? Are they telling them this? Because somebody was saying something about reality shows are scripted. Even though they're reality, they can still be scripted. They're told what to do. They're like, okay, we're going to do this now. Like, they're like, okay, we're going to film you guys today. Here's how today's going to go. Okay, guys? You know? For TV and film, and it is... Okay, so you know for a fact. I've only, like, been an extra on one TV show, and so I don't know too much about TV. I do know how filming kind of works, because I was an extra, but it was only on one show for one day. He probably wasn't supposed to say that much unless they don't care now. Well, like, he is got some kind of gag order on him because he's like, I got to give it time before I can do my tell-all. Look how they want them to look with editing. Yeah, that too. Editing is insane. Because look how they edited the preview of the conversation in the car, where he just straight up says, you know, why don't you go ahead and text Ken? I know you're already talking to him now. Well, there was a lot of dialogue between that. But they edited it to make it look like Ryan automatically jumped on the Ken train. I worked behind the scenes for years. Okay. So you're like, I know this. They wanted the maybe baby. It's like, well, I'm wondering if, yeah, it's like, is she really pregnant or is she doing this for a stunt? Because Lifetime is so mad at how season 1 is going. Like I said, they dropped season 3. Somebody else is taking it on. They don't want to touch Gypsy anymore. And I know they wanted pregnancy as a storyline, so either magically they got it, well, here's the thing though, this is odd. Okay, so Gypsy said she went to her gynecologist, right? And she said the gynecologist said that she wasn't ovulating. Wait a second. The gynecologist doesn't know that on visit 1. Right? I've had fertility issues. Or I thought I did. And I had multiple tests and all kinds of things run. I didn't know on day 1. I didn't go to one visit and they automatically knew my problem. So that story about Gypsy just going once to her gynecologist, so either she didn't go, and that's all a lie because you don't find out on day 1 what your problem is, right? Has anybody had infertility issues? I've had some, but I never saw a gynecologist. I just saw regular doctors. Any producer that is going to pick up Gypsy will fail because nobody wants to watch her, and the ratings and the reviews are terrible. Well, and like we're doing right now, a lot of us don't want to pay for it, so we're doing a stream party in Discord. Series, it's easy to fake a miscarriage. Well, it is easy to fake a miscarriage. All she's got to do is disappear for a week and take a picture of her going to the hospital to get a D&C, you know? tested for infertility issues, hormones, etc. Exactly, like testing takes a while. Is not day one, right? Like you don't walk in and the doctor says, oh, here's your problem. Like it takes multiple visits. That's why I was saying either she's faking talking about the gynecologist's office, or she was going the whole time she was with Ryan, she was going behind everybody's back. And so either she was going from day one she got out of jail, she was going to the gynecologist often, and she was getting tested while she was with Ryan, or it's a fake story. Yeah, because she told Mia, while they were on the bed in episode 1, I got checked out twice in prison. Everything looks good. I'm regular, 28-day cycle, without a problem. She told Mia she had no problems. Now all of a sudden, a gynecologist says, oh, you're skipping your periods because you're not ovulating? Okay. Once again, we have stories being twisted and bent and... What is it, Gypsy? That's the problem with Gypsy. She is not a good liar because she doesn't care enough about her lies to remember them. Oh, she said she was on birth control, but women tell that to men all the time so that they'll sleep with them and they'll not get pregnant. My brother got tricked into that one too. My brother has a kid with another woman because he got tricked into that. I don't think she was ever on birth control. I don't really think she ever visited the gynecologist because it would have been more than one visit. It would have been multiple visits. There would have been lab results, blood tests. There would have been pelvic exams. There would have been all kinds of things. They would have felt you up from head to toe. Literally, they fill you up head to toe when they check you out. Has more stories than the Brothers Grimm. I know. She does. It's horrible. Because there's just so many stories out there floating, and we're trying to keep track of them, and Gypsy doesn't even care to keep track of them. She just goes and tells another one and another one. You dinner? Okay, yeah, I was getting on. I keep telling these guys I got to, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to go this long. We ended up going for a really long one. Wait. Yeah, guys, it is getting like, it's 9 o'clock. We're eating dinner late again tonight. My husband's an IT guy. I don't know if you guys heard about the cloud strike problem. Probably shouldn't talk about it on stream. I don't want the FBI knocking on my door. But, my husband got a call at almost 2 in the morning. We were up all night long because CloudStrike went down, and they purposely took it down. Anybody who had CloudStrike, airlines, anything, major airlines went down. Yeah, it was fun, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here, and you guys make my stream so much better. I love chatting it up with you guys. It's so nice to finally have an audience. I love you guys. Heard that Gypsy may be facing legal issues. The creators are fighting. I think Nina's trying to get back at Gypsy too. Gypsy's coming after Nina. I can show you. I'll admit to you guys, I did message Kate about the bullying drama going on, and Kate told me that she said, Rose, give it 1 week. Don't blast anybody for the hate. We're coming after them. They said give it. She won't give me any details. She just said 1 week, Rose. She said 1 week. Because I told Kate, I said, I know I stream against your story. And I said, I know we differ on your story, but I said, where we're the same is I don't believe in creators crossing the line into bullying and hate and all of that. And I said, I took a chance and messaged Kate and said, you know, do you want to get together with me? And even though we have differences on your story, let's smash this bullying and this hate and these threats that are going on. I said, it's disgusting. And she messaged me back, surprisingly, and said, give it a week, Rose. Give it a week. Well, she didn't tell me who they're after. She didn't give me any details except for, she said, Rose, if you feel like it and you want to put those people on blast and you want to make a video about them, go ahead. But what I'm telling you is wait a week. It's been almost a week, I think. Because, let me look at my messages. And that's all. Me and Kate had a very quick conversation. We're not friends or anything. I was just like, hey, do you want to help me smash this bullying? I was like, even though we're two different kinds of creators, I'm like, uh-oh, my brother started following me. Oh, no. I don't like that my brother's following me. Let's see. Let me see what Kate said. And so she didn't block me, and she didn't block me. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm just reading this real quick, and then she says, it's up to you, but again, it's already crossed a line. I have made my mistake. I truly have. I did not defame or attack anything. I never spoke about Nina until she did what she did on Sir Morbid about my mental health and my daughter. Then when I spoke out, they humiliated me. I was still respectful towards her, so it's truly sad they feel this way. They treat people who have a difference in opinions. Why won't it scroll up? Okay, here we go. What'd she say? The bullying and gossip will stop soon anyways. It's already gone too far. Well, things are in the works and people are watching. That's all I'm going to say about it. I have comfort in knowing what is happening behind the scenes. That's just not okay. Wait to write your story. There will be an opportunity soon, is what she told me. That's all she'll say to me. That's all she'll say. So, I'm going to go make dinner with my husband. Sorry, I got to really go this time. But that's all she'll say to me. And she just told me, wait a week, Rose. They're going to get what they're going to get. But I know Sir Morbid made up with her, so maybe they're not coming after Sir Morbid anymore, because they made a truce. So, we'll have to see. She just told me things are in the works, and it comforts her that things are in the works. And she's still going to be nice and respectful to everybody, even though they're not being respectful to her, but things are in the works. So, and it's been around a week, so something should be happening any day now. Because let me see what date this was real quick. Let me see what date it was. See, 5 days ago. So, yeah, sometime next week, something should be happening. Sometime next week, guys. Watch for something. If Kate is right and something is in the works, we're going to see something happening next week. So, thank you. I will enjoy my dinner. But now I think a lot of money is being passed around. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to decide why people did what they did. Did Kate feel sorry for Gypsy because she's pregnant? Did Kate do it for clout and money and get some of Gypsy's people on her side? I mean, it's hard to tell why people do what they do. But like I said, watch next week. Let's watch and wait and see if something happens next week. Because that was 5 days ago, and she said, give me a week. She said, wait a week to come out with your story, Rose. Okay, I'll wait a week to come out with my story. All right, love you guys. I'm going to say goodnight to you. Bye. You guys, stay warm, stay safe, stay happy, and definitely stay loved because you are, okay? Love you guys tons. See you later.